Book 2 of Ideas, Analytical Contents, Chapter 1 of Ideas in General and Their Original. Idea is the object of thinking. 2. All ideas come from sensation or reflection. 3. The object of sensation, one source of ideas. 4. The operations of our minds, the other source of them. 5. All our ideas are of the one or the other of these. 6. Observable in children. 7. Men are differently furnished with these according to the different objects they converse with. 8. Ideas of reflection later because they need attention. 9. The soul begins to have ideas when it begins to perceive. 10. The soul thinks, not always, for this wants proofs. 11. It is not always conscious of it. 12. If a sleeping man thinks without knowing it, the sleeping and waking man are two persons. 13. Impossible to convince those that sleep without dreaming that they think. 14. That men dream without remembering it, in vain urged. 15. Upon this hypothesis, the thoughts of a sleeping man ought to be most rational. 16. On this hypothesis, the soul must have ideas not derived from sensation or reflection of which there is no appearance. 17. If I think when I know it not, nobody else can know it. 18. How knows anyone that the soul always thinks? For if it be not a self-evident proposition, it needs proof. 19. That a man should be busy in thinking and yet not retain in the next moment, very improbable. 20 to 23. No ideas but from sensation and reflection, evident if we observe children. 24. The original of all our knowledge. 25. In the reception of simple ideas, the understanding is most of all passive. Chapter 2 of Simple Ideas. 1. Uncompounded appearances. 2. The mind can neither make nor destroy them. 3. Not possible to imagine qualities in bodies not received through sense. Chapter 3 of Ideas of One Sense. 1. Division of simple ideas. 2. Few simple ideas have names. Chapter 4 of Solidity. 1. We receive this idea from touch. 2. Solidity fills space. 3. Distinct from space. 4. From hardness. 5. On solidity depend impulse, resistance and protrusion. 6. What it is. Chapter 5 of Simple Ideas of Diverse Senses. Chapter 6 of Simple Ideas of Reflection. 1. Are the operations of the mind about its other ideas. 2. The idea of perception and idea of willing we have from reflection. Chapter 7 of Simple Ideas of both sensation and reflection. 1 to 6. Pleasure and pain. 7. Existence and unity. 8. Power. 9. Succession. 10. Simple ideas, the materials of all our knowledge. Chapter 8. Some further considerations concerning our simple ideas. 1 to 6. Positive ideas from privative causes. 7, 8. Ideas in the mind, qualities in bodies. 9. Primary qualities. 10. Secondary qualities. 11, 12. How primary qualities produce their ideas. 13, 14. How secondary. 15 to 22. How ideas of primary qualities are resemblances of secondary, not. 23. 3 sorts of qualities in bodies. 24, 25. The first are resemblances, the second thought resemblances, but are not. The third neither are nor are thought so. 26. Secondary quality is twofold. First, immediately perceivable. Secondly, immediately perceivable. Chapter 9 of Perception. 1. The first simple idea of reflection. 2 to 4. Perception is only when the mind receives the impression. 5, 6. Children, though they have ideas in the womb, have none innate. 6. The effects of sensation in the womb. 7. Which ideas first is not evident. 8 to 10. Ideas of sensation often changed by the judgment. 11 to 14. Perception puts the difference between animals and inferior beings. 15. Perception, the inlet of knowledge. Chapter 10 of Retention. 1. Contemplation. 2. Memory. 3. Attention, repetition, pleasure and pain fix ideas. 4, 5. Ideas fade in the memory. 6. Constantly repeated ideas can scarce be lost. 7. In remembering, the mind is often active. 8. Two defects in the memory, oblivion and slowness. 9. Another defect. 10. Brutes have memory. Chapter 11 of Discerning and Other Operations of the Mind. 1. No knowledge without it. 2. The difference of wit and judgment. 3. Clearness alone hinders confusion. 4. Comparing. 5. Brutes compare but imperfectly. 6. Compounding. 7. Brutes compound but little. 8. Naming. 9. Abstraction. 10. 11. Brutes abstract not. 12. 13. Idiots and madmen. 14. Method. 15. These are the beginnings of human knowledge. 16. Appeal to experience. 17. Dark room. Chapter 12 of Complex Ideas. 1. Made by the mind out of simple ones. 2. Made voluntarily. 3. Are either of modes, substances or relations. 4. Modes. 5. Simple and mixed modes. 6. Substances single or collective. 7. Relation. 8. The abstrusest ideas from the two sources. Chapter 13 of Simple Modes. And first of the simple modes of space. 1. Simple modes. 2. Idea of space. 3. Space and extension. 4. Immensity. 5 6. Figure. 7 to 10. Place. 11 to 14. Extension and body not the same. 15. The definition of extension explains it not. 16. Division of beings into bodies and spirits proves not space and body the same. 17. Substance which we know not, no proof against space without body. 19. 20. Substance and accidents of little use in philosophy. 21. A vacuum beyond the utmost bounds of body. 22. The power of annihilation proves a vacuum. 23. Motion proves a vacuum. 24. The ideas of space and body distinct. 25. 26. Extension being inseparable from body proves it not the same. 27. Ideas of space and solidity distinct. 28. Men differ little in clear, simple ideas. Chapter 14 of Duration and its simple modes. 1. Duration is fleeting extension. 2 to 4. Its idea from reflection on the train of our ideas. 5. The idea of duration applicable to things whilst we sleep. 6 to 8. The idea of succession not from motion. 9 to 11. The train of ideas has a certain degree of quickness. 12. This train the measure of other successions. 13 to 15. The mind cannot fix long on one invariable idea. 16. Ideas, however made, include no sense of motion. 17. Time is duration set out by measures. 18. A good measure of time must divide its whole duration into equal periods. 19. The revolutions of the sun and moon, the properest measures of time. 20. But not by their motion, but periodical appearances. 21. No two parts of duration can be certainly known to be equal. 22. Time not the measure of motion. 23. Minutes, hours and years not necessary measures of duration. 24. The measure of time two ways applied. 25. 26. Our measure of time applicable to duration before time. 27. Eternity. 28. 29. Our measures of duration dependent on our senses. 30. Infinity of eternity. 31. Summary. Chapter 15 of Duration and Expansion considered together, both capable of greater and less, expansion not bounded by matter, no duration by motion. Why men more easily admit infinite duration than infinite expansion. Time to duration is as place to expansion. Time and place are taken for so much of either as are set out by the existence and motion of bodies. 7. Sometimes for so much of either as we design by measures taken from the bulk or motion of bodies. 8. They belong to all beings. 9. All the parts of extension are extension, and all the parts of duration are duration. 10. Their parts inseparable. 11. Duration is as a line, expansion as a solid. 12. Duration has never two parts together, expansion altogether. Chapter 16 of Number. Number, the simplest and most universal idea. Its modes made by addition, each mode distinct. 4. Therefore, demonstrations in numbers, the most precise. 5. 6. Names necessary to numbers. 7. Why children number not earlier. 8. Number measures all measurables. Chapter 17 of Infinity. 1. Infinity in its original intention attributed to space, duration and number. 2. The idea of finite easily got. 3. How we come by the idea of infinity. 4. Our idea of space boundless. 5. And so of duration. 6. Why other ideas are not capable of infinity. 7. Difference between infinity of space and space infinite. 8. We have no idea of infinite space. 9. Number affords us the clearest idea of infinity. 10. 11. Our different conceptions of the infinity of numbers, duration and expansion. 12. Infinite divisibility. 13 and 14. No positive idea of infinite. 15. What is positive, what is negative in our idea of infinite. 16, 17. We have no positive idea of an infinite duration. 18. No positive idea of infinite space. 19. Positive clear idea of infinite difficult. 20. Some think they have a positive idea of eternity and not space. 21. Supposed positive ideas of infinity, cause of mistakes. 22. All these ideas from sensation and reflection. Chapter 18 of Other Simple Modes. 1, 2. Modes of motion. 3. Modes of sounds. 4. Modes of colors. 5. Modes of tastes. 6, 7. Why some modes have and others have not names. Chapter 19 of the modes of thinking. 1, 2. Sensation, remembrance, contemplation, etc. 3. The various degrees of attention of the mind in thinking. 4. Hence probable that thinking is the action, not essence of the soul. Chapter 20 of modes of pleasure and pain. 1. Pleasure and pain, simple ideas. 2. Good and evil, what? 3. Our passions moved by good and evil. 4. Love. 5. Hatred. 6. Desire. 7. Joy. 8. Sorrow. 9. Hope. 10. Fear. 11. Despair. 12. Anger. 13. Envy. 14. What passions all men have. 15, 16. Pleasure and pain, what? 17. Shame. 18. These instances to show how our ideas of the passions are got from sensation and reflection. Chapter 21 of Power. 1. This idea how got. 2. Power active and passive. 3. Power includes a relation. 4. The clearest idea of active power had from spirit. 5. Will and understanding, 2 powers. 6. Faculties. 7. Whence the ideas of liberty and necessity. 8. Liberty, what? 9. Supposes understanding and will. 10. Belongs not to volition. 11. Voluntary opposed to involuntary, not to necessary. 12. Liberty, what? 13. Necessity, what? 14 to 20. Liberty belongs not to the will. 21. But to the agent or man. 22 to 24. In respect of willing, a man is not free. 25, 26. The will determined by something without it. 27. Freedom. 28. Volition, what? 29. What determines the will. 30. Will and desire must not be confounded. 31. Uneasiness determines the will. 32. Desire is uneasiness. 33. The uneasiness of desire determines the will. 34. This the spring of action. 35. The greatest positive good determines not the will but uneasiness. 36. Because the removal of uneasiness is the first step to happiness. 34. Because uneasiness alone is present. 38. Because all who allow the joys of heaven possible pursue them not. 39. Desire accompanies all uneasiness. 40. The most pressing uneasiness naturally determines the will. 41. All desire happiness. 42. Happiness, what? 43. What good is desired, what not? 44. Why the greatest good is not always desired. 45. Why not being desired, it moves not the will. 46. Due consideration raises desire. 47. The power to suspend prosecution of any desire makes way for consideration. 48. To be determined by our own judgment is no restraint to liberty. 49. The freest agents are so determined. 50. A constant determination to a pursuit of happiness, no abridgment of liberty. 51. The necessity of pursuing true happiness, the foundation of liberty. 52. The reason of it. 53. Government of our passions, the right improvement of liberty. 54, 55. How men come to pursue different courses. 56. How men come to choose ill. 57. First, from bodily pains. Secondly, from wrong desires arising from wrong judgment. 58, 59. Our judgment of present good and evil, always right. 60. From a wrong judgment of what makes a necessary part of their happiness. 61, 2. A more particular account of wrong judgments. 63. In comparing present and future. 64, 5. Causes of this. 66. In considering consequences of actions. 67. Causes of this. 68. Wrong judgment of what is necessary to our happiness. 69. We can change the agreeableness or disagreeableness in things. 70. Preference of vice to virtue, a manifest wrong judgment. 71 to 3. Recapitulation. Chapter 22 of Mixed Modes. 1. Mixed modes. What? 2. Made by the mind. 3. Sometimes got by the application of their names. 4. The name ties the parts of mixed modes into one idea. 5. The cause of making mixed modes. 6. Why words in one language have none answering in another. 7. And languages change. 8. Mixed modes where they exist. 9. How we get ideas of mixed modes. 10. Motion, thinking, and power have been most modified. 11. Several words seeming to signify action signify but the effect. 12. Mixed modes made also of other ideas. Chapter 23 of our complex ideas of substances. 1. Ideas of substances, how made. 2. Our idea of substance in general. 3. Of the sorts of substances. 4. No clear ideas of substance in general. 5. As clear an idea of spirit as of body. 6. Of the sorts of substances. 7. Powers, a great part of our complex ideas of substances. 8. And why. 9. 3 sorts of ideas make our complex ones of substances. 10. Powers make a great part of our complex ideas of substances. 11. The now secondary qualities of bodies would disappear if we could discover the primary ones of their minute parts. 12. Our faculties of discovery suited to our state. 13. Conjecture about spirits. 14. Complex ideas of substances. 15. Ideas of spiritual substances as clear as of bodily substances. 16. No idea of abstract substance. 17. The cohesion of solid parts and impulse, the primary ideas of body. 18. Thinking and motivity, the primary ideas of spirit. 19 to 21. Spirits capable of motion. 22. Idea of soul and body compared. 23 to 27. Cohesion of solid parts in body as hard to be conceived as thinking in a soul. 28, 29. Communication of motion by impulse or by thought, equally unintelligible. 30. Ideas of body and spirit compared. 31. The notion of spirit involves no more difficulty in it than that of body. 32. We know nothing beyond our simple ideas. 33 to 35. Idea of God. 36. No ideas in our complex one of spirits, but those got from sensation or reflection. 37. Recapitulation. Chapter 24 of collective ideas of substances. 1. One idea. 2. Made by the power of composing in the mind. 3. All artificial things are collective ideas. Chapter 25 of relation. 1. Relation what? 2. Relations without correlative terms not easily perceived. 3. Some seemingly absolute terms contain relations. 4. Relation different from the things related. 5. Change of relation may be without any change in the subject. 6. Relation only betwixt two things. 7. All things capable of relation. 8. The ideas of relation clearer often than of the subject related. 9. Relations all terminate in simple ideas. 10. Terms leading the mind beyond the subject denominated are relative. 11. Conclusion. Chapter 26 of Cause and Effect and Other Relations. 1. Whence their ideas got. 2. Creation, generation, making, alteration. 3, 4. Relations of time. 5. Relations of place and extension. 6. Absolute terms often stand for relations. Chapter 27 of Identity and Diversity. 1. Wherein identity consists. 2. Identity of substances. Identity of modes. 3. Principium individuationis. 4. Identity of vegetables. 5. Identity of animals. 6. Identity of man. 7. Identity suited to the idea. 8. Same man. 9. Personal identity. 10. Consciousness makes personal identity. 11. Personal identity in change of substance. 12 to 15. Whether in the change of thinking substances there can be one person. 16. Consciousness makes the same person. 7. Self depends on consciousness. 18 to 20. Object of reward and punishment. 21, 22. Difference between identity of man and person. 23, 25. Consciousness alone makes self. 26, 27. Person, a forensic term. 28. The difficulty from ill use of names. 29. Continued existence makes identity. Chapter 28 of Other Relations. 1. Proportional. 2. Natural. 3. Instituted. 4. Moral. 5. Moral good and evil. 6. Moral rules. 7. Laws. 8. Divine law, the measure of sin and duty. 9. Civil law, the measure of crimes and innocence. 10 to 11. Philosophical law, the measure of virtue and vice. 12. Its enforcements, commendation and discredit. 13. These three laws, the rules of moral good and evil. 14, 15. Morality is the relation of actions to these rules. 16. The denominations of actions often mislead us. 17. Relations innumerable. 18. All relations terminate in simple ideas. 19. We have ordinarily as clear or clearer notion of the relation as of its foundation. 20. The notion of the relation is the same, whether the rule any action is compared to be true or false. Chapter 29 of Clear and Obscure, Distinct and Confused Ideas. 1. Ideas, some clear and some distinct, others obscure and confused. 2. Clear and obscure, explained by sight. 3. Causes of obscurity. 4. Distinct and confused, what? 5. Objection. 6. Confusion of ideas is in reference to their names. 7. Defaults which make confusions. First, complex ideas made up of too few simple ones. 8. Secondly, or its simple ones jumbled disorderly together. 9. Thirdly, or are mutable and undetermined. 10. Confusion without reference to names hardly conceivable. 11. Confusion concerns always two ideas. 12. Causes of confusion. 13. Complex ideas may be distinct in one part and confused in another. 14. This, if not heeded, causes confusion in our arguings. 15. Instance in eternity. 16. Divisibility of matter. Chapter 30 of Real and Fantastical Ideas. 1. Real ideas are conformable to their archetypes. 2. Simple ideas are real. 3. Complex ideas are voluntary combinations. 4. Mixed modes made of consistent ideas are real. 5. Ideas of substances are real when they agree with the existence of things. Chapter 31 of Adequate and Inadequate Ideas. 1. Adequate ideas are such as perfectly represent their archetypes. 2. Simple ideas all adequate. 3. Modes are all adequate. 4, 5. Modes in reference to settled names may be inadequate. 6, 7. Ideas of substances as referred to real essences not adequate. 8 to 11. Ideas of substances as collections of their qualities are all inadequate. 12. Simple ideas ectupa and adequate. 13. Ideas of substances are ectupa and inadequate. 14. Ideas of modes and relations are archetypes and cannot but be adequate. Chapter 32 of True and False Ideas. 1. Truth and falsehood properly belong to propositions. 2. Metaphysical truth contains a tacit proposition. 3. No idea as an appearance in the mind, true or false. 4. Ideas referred to anything may be true or false. 5. Other men's ideas, real existence and supposed real essences are what men usually refer their ideas to. 6 to 8. The cause of such references. 9. Simple ideas may be false in reference to others of the same name, but are least liable to be so. 10. Ideas of mixed modes, most liable to be false in this sense. 11. Or at least to be thought false. 12. And why? 13. As referred to real existence, none of our ideas can be false, but those of substances. 14. 16. First, simple ideas in this sense, not false, and why? 15. Though one man's idea of blue should be different from another's. 17. Secondly, modes not false. 18. Thirdly, ideas of substances when false. 19. Truth or falsehood always supposes affirmation or negation. 20. Ideas in themselves neither true nor false. 21. But are false, first, when judged agreeable to another man's idea without being so. 22. Secondly, when judged to agree to real existence when they do not. 23. Thirdly, when judged adequate without being so. 24. Fourthly, when judged to represent the real essence. 25. Ideas when false. 26. More properly to be called right or wrong. Chapter 33 of the Association of Ideas. 1. Something unreasonable in most men. 2. Not wholly from self-love. 3. No from education. 3. A degree of madness. 5. From a wrong connection of ideas. 6. This connection how made. 7. 8. Some antipathies and effect of it. 9. A great cause of errors. 10 to 12 instances. 13. Why time cures some disorders in the mind which reason cannot. 14 to 16. Further instances of the effects of the association of ideas. 17. Its influence on intellectual habits. 18. Observable in different sects. 19. Conclusion. Chapter 1 of Ideas in General and the Original. Every man being conscious to himself that he thinks, and that which his mind is applied about whilst thinking, being the ideas that are there, it is past doubt that men have in their minds several ideas, such as are those expressed by the words whiteness, hardness, sweetness, thinking, motion, man, elephant, army, drunkenness, and others. It is in the first place then to be inquired how he comes by them. I know it is a received doctrine that men have native ideas and original characters stamped upon their minds in their very first being. This opinion I have at large examined already, and I suppose what I have said in the foregoing book will be much more easily admitted when I have shown whence the understanding may get all the ideas it has, and by what ways and degrees they may come into the mind, for which I shall appeal to everyone's own observation and experience. Let us then suppose the mind to be, as we say, white paper, void of all characters, without any ideas. How comes it to be furnished? Whence comes it by that vast store which the busy and boundless fancy of man has painted on it with an almost endless variety? Whence has it all the materials of reason and knowledge? To this I answer in one word: from experience. In that all our knowledge is founded, and from that it ultimately derives itself. Our observation employed either about external sensible objects or about the internal operations of our minds, perceived and reflected on by ourselves, is that which supplies our understandings with all the materials of thinking. These two are the fountains of knowledge, from whence all the ideas we have or can naturally have do spring. First, our senses, conversant about particular sensible objects, do convey into the mind several distinct perceptions of things, according to those various ways wherein those objects do affect them, and thus we come by those ideas we have of yellow, white, heat, cold, soft, hard, bitter, sweet, and all those which we call sensible qualities, which, when I say the senses convey into the mind, I mean they from external objects convey into the mind what produces those perceptions. This great source of most of the ideas we have, depending wholly upon our senses and derived by them to the understanding I call sensation. Secondly, the other fountain from which experience furnisheth the understanding with ideas is the perception of the operations of our own mind within us, as it is employed about the ideas it has got, which operations, when the soul comes to reflect on and consider, do furnish the understanding with another set of ideas which could not be had from things without, and such are perception, thinking, doubting, believing, reasoning, knowing, willing, and all the different actings of our own minds, which we, being conscious of and observing in ourselves, do from these receive into our understandings as distinct ideas as we do from bodies affecting our senses. This source of ideas every man has wholly in himself, and though it be not sense, as having nothing to do with external objects, yet it is very like it, and might properly enough be called internal sense. But as I call the other sensation, so I call this reflection, the ideas it affords being such only as the mind gets by reflecting on its own operations within itself. By reflection, then, in the following part of this discourse, I would be understood to mean that notice which the mind takes of its own operations and the manner of them, by reason whereof there come to be ideas of these operations in the understanding. These two, I say, viz. External material things as the objects of sensation, and the operations of our own minds within as the objects of reflection, are to me the only originals from whence all our ideas take their beginnings. The term operations here I use in a large sense as comprehending not barely the actions of the mind about its ideas, but some sort of passions arising sometimes from them, such as is the satisfaction or uneasiness arising from any thought. The understanding seems to me not to have the least glimmering of any ideas which it doth not receive from one of these two. External objects furnish the mind with the ideas of sensible qualities, which are all those different perceptions they produce in us, and the mind furnishes the understanding with ideas of its own operations. These, when we have taken a full survey of them and their several modes, combinations, and relations, we shall find to contain all our whole stock of ideas, and what we have, and that we have nothing in our minds which did not come in one of these two ways. Let any one examine his own thoughts and thoroughly search into his understanding, and then let him tell me whether all the original ideas he has there are any other than of the objects of his senses or of the operations of his mind, considered as objects of his reflection, and how great a mass of knowledge soever he imagines to be lodged there, he will, upon taking a strict view, see that he has not any idea in his mind but what one of these two have imprinted, though perhaps with infinite variety, compounded and enlarged by the understanding, as we shall see hereafter. He that attentively considers the state of a child at his first coming into the world will have little reason to think him stored with plenty of ideas that are to be the matter of his future knowledge. It is by degrees he comes to be furnished with them, and though the ideas of obvious and familiar qualities imprint themselves before the memory begins to keep a register of time or order, yet it is often so late before some unusual qualities come in the way that there are few men that cannot recollect the beginning of their acquaintance with them, and if it were worthwhile, no doubt a child might be so ordered as to have but a very few even of the ordinary ideas till he were grown up to a man. But all that are born into the world, being surrounded with bodies that perpetually and diversely affect them, variety of ideas, whether care be taken of it or not, are imprinted on the minds of children. Light and colors are busy at hand everywhere when the eye is but open. Sounds and some tangible qualities fail not to solicit their proper senses and force an entrance to the mind. But yet I think it will be granted easily that if a child were kept in a place where he never saw any other but black and white till he were a man, he would have no more ideas of scarlet or green than he that from his childhood never tasted an oyster or a pineapple has of those particular relishes. Men then come to be furnished with fewer or more simple ideas from without, according as the objects they converse with afford greater or less variety, and from the operations of their minds within, according as they more or less reflect on them. For though he that contemplates the operations of his mind cannot but have plain and clear ideas of them, yet unless he turn his thoughts that way and considers them attentively, he will no more have clear and distinct ideas of all the operations of his mind, and all that may be observed therein, than he will have all the particular ideas of any landscape, or of the parts and motions of a clock, who will not turn his eyes to it, and with attention heed all the parts of it. The picture or clock may be so placed that they may come in his way every day, but yet he will have but a confused idea of all the parts they are made up of, till he applies himself with attention to consider them each in particular. And hence we see the reason why it is pretty late before most children get ideas of the operations of their own minds, and some have not any very clear or perfect ideas of the greatest part of them all their lives. Because, though they pass there continually, yet, like floating visions, they make not deep impressions enough to leave in their mind clear, distinct, lasting ideas, till the understanding turns inward upon itself, reflects on its own operations, and makes them the objects of its own contemplation. Children, when they come first into it, are surrounded with a world of new things, which, by a constant solicitation of their senses, draw the mind constantly to them, forward to take notice of new, and apt to be delighted with the variety of changing objects. Thus the first years are usually employed and diverted in looking abroad. Men's business in them is to acquaint themselves with what is to be found without, and so growing up in a constant attention to outward sensations, seldom make any considerable reflection on what passes within them, till they come to be of riper years, and some scarce ever at all. To ask at what time a man has first any ideas is to ask when he begins to perceive, having ideas and perception being the same thing. I know it is an opinion that the soul always thinks, and that it has the actual perception of ideas in itself constantly as long as it exists, and that actual thinking is as inseparable from the soul as actual extension is from the body, which, if true, to inquire after the beginning of a man's ideas is the same as to inquire after the beginning of his soul. For by this account, soul and its ideas as body and its extension will begin to exist both at the same time. But whether the soul be supposed to exist antecedent to, or coeval with, or some time after the first rudiments of organization, or the beginnings of life in the body, I leave to be disputed by those who have better thought of that matter. I confess myself to have one of those dull souls that doth not perceive itself always to contemplate ideas, nor can conceive it any more necessary for the soul always to think than for the body always to move. The perception of ideas being, as I conceive, to the soul what motion is to the body, not its essence, but one of its operations. And therefore, though thinking be supposed never so much the proper action of the soul, yet it is not necessary to suppose that it should always be thinking, always in action. That perhaps is the privilege of the infinite author and preserver of all things, who never slumbers nor sleeps, but is not competent to any finite being, at least not to the soul of man. We know certainly by experience that we sometimes think and then draw this infallible consequence that there is something in us that has a power to think. But whether that substance perpetually thinks or no, we can be no further assured than experience informs us. For to say that actual thinking is essential to the soul and inseparable from it is to beg what is in question, and not to prove it by reason, which is necessary to be done if it be not a self-evident proposition. But whether this, that the soul always thinks, be a self-evident proposition that everybody assents to at first hearing, I appeal to mankind. It is doubted whether I thought at all last night or so. The question being about a matter of fact, it is begging it to bring as a proof for it, as an hypothesis, which is the very thing in dispute, by which way one may prove anything, and it is but supposing that all watches whilst the balance beats think, and it is sufficiently proved and past doubt that my watch thought all last night. But he that would not deceive himself ought to build his hypothesis on matter of fact and make it out by sensible experience, and not presume on matter of fact because of his hypothesis, that is, because he supposes it to be so. Which way of proving amounts to this, that I must necessarily think all last night, because another suppose I always think, though I myself cannot perceive that I always do so. But men in love with their opinions may not only suppose what is in question, but allege wrong matter of fact. How else could anyone make it an inference of mine that a thing is not, because we are not sensible of it in our sleep? I do not say there is no soul in a man, because he is not sensible of it in his sleep, but I do say he cannot think at any time, waking or sleeping, without being sensible of it. Our being sensible of it is not necessary to anything but to our thoughts, and to them it is, and to them it always will be necessary, till we can think without being conscious of it. I grant that the soul in a waking man is never without thought, because it is the condition of being awake. But whether sleeping without dreaming be not an affection of the whole man, mind as well as body, may be worth a waking man's consideration, it being hard to conceive that anything should think and not be conscious of it. If the soul doth think in a sleeping man without being conscious of it, I ask whether during such thinking it has any pleasure or pain, or be capable of happiness or misery. I am sure the man is not, no more than the bed or earth he lies on. For to be happy or miserable without being conscious of it seems to me utterly inconsistent and impossible. Or, if it be possible that the soul can, whilst the body is sleeping, have its thinking, enjoyments, and concerns, its pleasure or pain apart, which the man is not conscious of nor partakes in, it is certain that Socrates asleep and Socrates awake is not the same person, but his soul when he sleeps, and Socrates the man, consisting of body and soul when he is waking, are two persons. Since waking Socrates has no knowledge of or concernment for what happiness or misery of his soul, which it enjoys alone by itself, whilst he sleeps, without perceiving anything of it, no more than he has for the happiness or misery of a man in the Indies, whom he knows not. For if we take wholly away all consciousness of our actions and sensations, especially of pleasure and pain, and the concernment that accompanies it, it will be hard to know wherein to place personal identity. The soul during sound sleep thinks, say these men, whilst it thinks and perceives, it is capable certainly of those of delight or trouble, as well as any other perceptions, and it must necessarily be conscious of its own perceptions. But it has all this apart. The sleeping man, it is plain, is conscious of nothing of all this. Let us suppose then the soul of Castor, while he is sleeping, retired from his body, which is no impossible supposition for the men I have here to do with, who so liberally allow life without a thinking soul to all other animals. These men cannot then judge it impossible, or a contradiction that the body should live without the soul, nor that the soul should subsist and think or have perception, even perception of happiness or misery without the body. Let us then, I say, suppose the soul of Castor separated during his sleep from his body to think apart. Let us suppose, too, that it chooses for its scene of thinking the body of another man, v.g. Pollux, who is sleeping without a soul. For if Castor's soul can think whilst Castor is asleep, what Castor is never conscious of it is no matter what place it chooses to think in. We have here then the bodies of two men with only one soul between them, which we will suppose to sleep and wake by turns, the soul still thinking in the waking man, whereof the sleeping man is never conscious, has never the last perception. I ask then whether Castor and Pollux, thus with only one soul between them, which thinks and perceives in one what the other is never conscious of, nor is concerned for, are not two as distinct persons as Castor and Hercules, or as Socrates and Plato are, and whether one of them might not be very happy and the other very miserable. Just by the same reason, they make the soul and the man two persons, who make the soul think about what the man is not conscious of. For I suppose nobody will make identity of persons to consist in the souls being united to the very same numerical particles of matter. For if that be necessary to identity, it will be impossible in that constant flux of the particles of our bodies that any man should be the same person 2 days or 2 moments together. Thus, methinks, every drowsy node shakes their doctrine who teach that the soul is always thinking. Those, at least, who do at any time sleep without dreaming can never be convinced that their thoughts are sometimes for 4 hours busy without their knowing of it, if they are taken in the very act, waked in the middle of that sleeping contemplation, can give no manner of account of it. It will perhaps be said that the soul thinks even in the soundest sleep, but the memory retains it not. That the soul in a sleeping man should be this moment busy at thinking, and the next moment in a waking man not remember nor be able to recollect one jot of all those thoughts, is very hard to be conceived, and would need some better proof than bare assertion to make it be believed. For who can, without any more ado, but being barely told so, imagine that the greatest part of men do, during all their lives, for several hours every day, think of something, which if they were asked, even in the middle of these thoughts, they could remember nothing at all of. Most men, I think, pass a great part of their sleep without dreaming. I once knew a man that was bred a scholar and had no bad memory, who told me he had never dreamed in his life till he had that fever he was the newly recovered of, which was about the 5 or 6 and 20th year of his age. I suppose the world affords more such instances. At least everyone's acquaintance will furnish him with examples enough of such a pass most of their nights without dreaming. To think often and never to retain it so much as one moment, it is very useless sort of thinking, and the soul in such a state of thinking does very little, if at all, excel that of a looking glass, which constantly receives a variety of images or ideas but retains none. They disappear and vanish, and there remain no footsteps of them. The looking glass is never the better for such ideas, nor the soul for such thoughts. Perhaps it will be said that in a waking man the materials of the body are employed and made use of in thinking, and that the memory of thoughts is retained by the impressions that are made on the brain and the traces there left after such thinking, but that in the thinking of the soul, which is not perceived in a sleeping man, that the soul thinks apart, and making no use of the organs of the body, leaves no impressions on it, and consequently no memory of such thoughts. Not to mention again the absurdity of 2 distinct persons which follow which follows from this supposition, I answer further that whatever ideas the mind can receive and contemplate without the help of the body, it is reasonable to conclude it can retain without the help of the body too, or else the soul or any separate spirit will have but little advantage but by thinking, if it has no memory of its own thoughts, if it cannot lay them up for its own use and be able to recall them upon occasion, if it cannot reflect upon what is past and make use of its former experiences, reasonings, and contemplations, to what purpose does it think? They who make the soul a thinking thing at this rate will not make it a much more noble being than those do whom they condemn for allowing it to be nothing but the subtlest parts of matter, characters drawn on dust that the first breath of wind effaces, or impressions made on a heap of atoms or animal spirits, are altogether as useful and render the subject as knowable as the thoughts of a soul that perish in thinking, that once out of sight are gone forever and leave no memory of themselves behind them. Nature never makes excellent things for mean or no uses, and it is hardly to be conceived that our infinitely wise Creator should make so admirable a faculty, which comes nearest the excellency of his own incomprehensible being, to be so idly and uselessly employed, at least a fourth part of its time here, as to think constantly without remembering any of those thoughts, without doing any good to itself or others, or being anywhere useful to any other part of the creation. If we will examine it, we shall not find, I suppose, the motion of dull and senseless matter anywhere in the universe made so little use of and so wholly thrown away. It is true we have sometimes instances of perception whilst we are asleep and retain the memory of those thoughts, but how extravagant and incoherent for the most part they are, how little conformable to the perfection and order of a rational being. Those who are acquainted with dreams need not be told. This I would willingly be satisfied in, whether the soul, when it thinks thus apart, and as it were separate from the body, acts less rationally than when conjointly with it, or no. If its separate thoughts be less rational, then these men must say that the soul owes the perfection of rational thinking to the body. If it does not, it is a wonder that our dreams should be, for the most part, so frivolous and irrational, and that the soul should retain none of its more rational soliloquies and meditations. Those who confidently tell us that the soul always actually thinks, they would also tell us what those ideas are that are in the soul of a child before or just at the union with the body, before it hath received any by sensation. The dreams of sleeping men are, as I take it, all made up of the waking man's ideas, though for the most part oddly put together. It is strange, if the soul has ideas of its own, that it derived not from sensation or reflection, as it must have, if it thought before it received any impressions from the body, that it should never, in its private thinking, so private that the man himself perceives it not, retain any of them the very moment it wakes out of them, and then make the man glad with new discoveries. Who can find it reason that the soul should, in its retirement during sleep, have so many hours' thoughts, and yet never light on any of those ideas it borrowed, not from sensation or reflection, or at least preserve the memory of those, but such which, being occasioned from the body, must needs be less natural to a spirit? It is strange the soul should never once in a man's whole life recall over any of its pure native thoughts and those ideas it had before it borrowed anything from the body, never bring into the waking man's view any other ideas but what have a tang of the cask and manifestly derive their original from that union. If it always thinks and so had ideas before it was united or before it received any from the body, it is not to be supposed but that during sleep it recollects its native ideas, and during their retirement from communicating with the body, whilst it thinks by itself, the ideas it is busied about should be, sometimes at least, those more natural and congenial ones which it had in itself underived from the body or its own operations about them, which, since the waking man never remembers, we must from this hypothesis conclude either that the soul remembers something that the man does not, or else that memory belongs only to such ideas as are derived from the body or the mind's operations about them. I would be glad also to learn from these men who so confidently pronounce that the human soul, or which is all one, that a man always thinks how they come to know it, nigh how they come to know that they themselves think when they themselves do not perceive it. This, I am afraid, is to be sure without proofs, and to know without perceiving. It is, I suspect, a confused notion taken up to serve an hypothesis, and none of those clear truths that either their own evidence forces us to admit, or common experience makes it impudence to deny. For the most that can be said of it is, that it is possible the soul may always think, but not always retain it in memory. And I say it is as possible that the soul may not always think, and much more probable that it should sometimes not think, than that it should often think, and that a long while together, and not be conscious to itself the next moment after that it had thought. To suppose the soul to think, and the man not to perceive it, is, as has been said, to make two persons in one man. And if one considers well these men's way of speaking, one should be led into a suspicion that they do so. For they who tell us that the soul always thinks do never, that I remember, say that a man always thinks. Can the soul think and not the man, or a man think and not be conscious of it? This perhaps would be suspected of jargon in others. If they say the man thinks always, but is not always conscious of it, they may as well say his body is extended without having parts. For it is altogether as intelligible to say that a body is extended without parts, as that anything thinks without being conscious of it, or perceiving that it does so. They who talk thus may, with much reason, if it be necessary to their hypothesis, that say that a man is always hungry, but that he does not always feel it, whereas hunger consists in that very sensation, as thinking consists in being conscious that one thinks. If they say that a man is always conscious to himself of thinking, I ask how they know it. Consciousness is the perception of what passes in a man's own mind. Can another man perceive that I am conscious of anything when I perceive it not myself? No man's knowledge here can go beyond his experience. Wake a man out of a sound sleep and ask him what he has that moment thinking of. If he himself be conscious of nothing he then thought on, he must be a notable diviner of thoughts that can assure him that he was thinking. May he not, with more reason, assure him he was not asleep? This is something beyond philosophy, and it cannot be less than revelation that discovers to another thoughts in my mind, when I can find none there myself. And there must needs have a penetrating sight who can certainly see that I think when I cannot perceive it myself, and when I declare that I do not, and yet can see that dogs or elephants do not think when they give all the demonstration of it imaginable, except only telling us that they do so. This some may suspect to be a step beyond the Rosicrucians, it seeming easier to make one's self invisible to others than to make another's thoughts visible to me, which are not visible to himself. But defining the soul to be a substance that always thinks, and the business is done. If such definition of such definition be of any authority, I know not what it can serve for, but to make many men suspect that they have no souls at all, since they find a good part of their lives pass away without thinking. For no definitions that I know, no suppositions of any sect, are of force enough to destroy constant experience, and perhaps it is the affectation of knowing beyond what we perceive that makes so much useless dispute and noise in the world. I see no reason, therefore, to believe that the soul thinks before the senses have furnished it with ideas to think on, and as those are increased and retained, so it comes by exercise to improve its faculty of thinking in the several parts of it, as well as afterwards by compounding those ideas and reflecting on its own operations, it increases its stock as well as facility in remembering, imagining, reasoning, and other modes of thinking. He that will suffer himself to be informed by observation and experience and not make his own hypothesis the rule of nature will find few signs of a soul accustomed to much thinking in a newborn child and much fewer of any reasoning at all. And yet it is hard to imagine that the rational soul should think so much and not reason at all. And he that will consider that infants newly come into the world spend the greatest part of their time in sleep and are seldom awake but when either hunger calls for the teat or some pain, the most importunate of all sensations, or some other violent impression on the body forces the mind to perceive and attend to it, he, I say, who considers this will perhaps find reason to imagine that a fetus in the mother's womb differs not much from the state of a vegetable, but passes the greatest part of its time without perception or thought, doing very little but sleep in a place where it needs not seek for food, and is surrounded with liquor always equally soft and near of the same temper, where the eyes have no light and the ears so shut up are not very susceptible of sounds, and where there is little or no variety or change of objects to move the senses. Follow a child from its birth and observe the alterations that time makes, and you shall find, as the mind by the senses comes more and more to be furnished with ideas, it comes to be more and more awake, thinks more, the more it has matter to think on. After some time it begins to know the objects which, being most familiar with it, have made lasting impressions. Thus it comes by degrees to know the persons it daily converses with, and distinguishes them from strangers, which are instances and effects of its coming to retain and distinguish the ideas the senses convey to it. And so we may observe how the mind by degrees improves in these and advances to the exercise of those other faculties of enlarging, compounding, and abstracting its ideas, and of reasoning about them and reflecting upon all these, of which I shall have occasion to speak more hereafter. If it shall be demanded then when a man begins to have any ideas, I think the true answer is when he first has any sensation. For since there appear not to be any ideas in the mind before the senses have conveyed any in, I conceive that ideas in the understanding are coeval with sensation, which is such an impression or motion made in some part of the body as produces some perception in the understanding. It is about these impressions made on our senses by outward objects that the mind seems first to employ itself in such operations as we call perception, remembering, consideration, reasoning, etc. In time, the mind comes to reflect on its own operations about the ideas got by sensation, and thereby stores itself with a new set of ideas, which I call ideas of reflection. These are the impressions that are made on our senses by outward objects that are extrinsical to the mind, and its own operations proceeding from powers intrinsical and proper to itself, which, when reflected on by itself, become also objects of its contemplation, are, as I have said, the original of all knowledge. Thus the first capacity of human intellect is that the mind is fitted to receive the impressions made on it, either through the senses by outward objects or by its own operations when it reflects on them. This is the first step a man makes towards the discovery of anything, and the groundwork whereon to build all those notions which ever he shall have naturally in this world. All those sublime thoughts which tower above the clouds and reach as high as heaven itself take their rise and footing here. In all that great extent wherein the mind wanders in those remote speculations it may seem to be elevated with, it stirs not one jot beyond those ideas which sense or reflection have offered for its contemplation. In this part, the understanding is merely passive, and whether or not it will have these beginnings and, as it were, materials of knowledge, is not in its own power. For the objects of our senses do, many of them, obtrude their particular ideas upon our minds, whether we will or not. And the operations of our minds will not let us be without, at least, some obscure notions of them. No man can be wholly ignorant of what he does when he thinks. These simple ideas, when offered to the mind, the understanding can no more refuse to have, nor alter when they are imprinted, nor blot them out and to make new ones itself, than a mirror can refuse, alter, or obliterate the images or ideas which the objects set before it do therein produce. As the bodies that surround us do diversely affect our organs, the mind is forced to receive the impressions, and cannot avoid the perception of those ideas that are annexed to them. Chapter 2 of Simple Ideas. The better to understand the nature, manner, and extent of our knowledge, one thing is carefully to be observed concerning the ideas we have, and that is, that some of them are simple and some complex. Though the qualities that affect our senses are, in the things themselves, so united and blended that there is no separation, no distance between them, yet it is plain the ideas they produce in the mind enter by the senses simple and unmixed. For though the sight and touch often take in from the same object at the same time different ideas, as a man sees at once motion and color, the hand feels softness and warmth in the same piece of wax, yet the simple ideas thus united in the same subject are as perfectly distinct as those that come in by different senses. The coldness and hardness which a man feels in a piece of ice being as distinct ideas in the mind as the smell and whiteness of a lily, or as the taste of sugar and smell of a rose. There is nothing can be plainer to a man than the clear and distinct perception he has of those simple ideas, which, being each in itself uncompounded, contains in it nothing but one uniform appearance or conception in the mind, and is not distinguishable into different ideas. These simple ideas, the materials of all our knowledge, are suggested and furnished to the mind only by those two ways above mentioned, viz., sensation and reflection. When the understanding is once stored with these simple ideas, it has the power to repeat, compare, and unite them even to an almost infinite variety, and so can make at pleasure new complex ideas. But it is not in the power of the most exalted wit or enlarged understanding, by any quickness or variety of thought, to invent or frame one new simple idea in the mind, not taken in by the ways before mentioned, nor can any force of the understanding destroy those that are there. The dominion of man in this little world of his own understanding being much what the same as it is in the great world of visible things, wherein his power, however managed by art and skill, reaches no farther than to compound and divide the materials that are made to his hand, but can do nothing towards the making the least particle of new matter, or destroying one atom of what is already in being. The same inability will everyone find in himself. One shall go about to fashion in his understanding one simple idea, not received in by his senses from external objects, or by reflection from the operations of his own mind about them. I would have anyone try to fancy any taste which had never affected his palate, or frame the idea of a scent he had never smelt. And when he can do this, I will also conclude that a blind man hath ideas of colours, and a deaf man true distinct notions of sounds. This is the reason why, though we cannot believe it impossible to God to make a creature with other organs and more ways to convey into the understanding the notice of corporeal things than those 5 as they are usually counted, which he has given to man, yet I think it is not possible for any man to imagine any other qualities in bodies, howsoever constituted, whereby they can be taken notice of besides sounds, tastes, smells, visible and tangible qualities. And had mankind been made but with 4 senses, the qualities then which are the objects of the 5th sense had been as far from our notice, imagination and conception as now any belonging to a 6th, 7th or 8th sense can possibly be, which, whether yet some other creatures in some other part of this vast and stupendous universe may not have, will be a great presumption to deny. He that will not set himself proudly at the top of all things, but will consider the immensity of this fabric, and the great variety that is to be found in this little and inconsiderable part of it which he has to do with, may be apt to think that in other mansions of it there may be other and different intelligent beings, of whose faculties he has as little knowledge or apprehension as a worm shut up in one drawer of a cabinet hath of the senses or understanding of a man, such variety and excellency being suitable to the wisdom and power of the Maker. I have here followed the common opinion of man's having but 5 senses, though perhaps there may be justly counted more, but either supposition serves equally to my present purpose. Chapter 3 of Ideas of One Sense. The better to conceive the ideas we receive from sensation, it may not be amiss for us to consider them in reference to the different ways whereby they make their approaches to our minds and make themselves perceivable by us. First, then, there are some which come into our minds by one sense only. Secondly, there are others that convey themselves into the mind by more senses than one. Thirdly, others that are had from reflection only. Fourthly, there are some that make themselves weigh and are suggested to the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection. We shall consider them apart under these several heads. First, there are some ideas which have admittance only through our sense, which is peculiarly adapted to receive them. Thus light and colours, as white, red, yellow, blue, with their several degrees or shades and mixtures, as green, scarlet, purple, sea green, and the rest, come in only by the eyes. All kinds of noises, sounds, and tones only by the ears. The several tastes and smells by the nose and palate. And if these organs or the nerves which are the conduits to convey them from without to their audience in the brain, the mind's presence room, as I may so call it, are any of them so disordered as not to perform their functions, they have no postern to be admitted by, no other way to bring themselves into view and be perceived by the understanding. The most considerable of those belonging to the touch, a heat and cold and solidity, all the rest consisting almost wholly in the sensible configuration as smooth and rough, or else more or less firm adhesion of the parts, as hard and soft, tough and brittle, are obvious enough. I think it will be needless to enumerate all the particular simple ideas belonging to each sense, nor indeed is it possible if we would, there being great many more of them belonging to most of the senses than we have names for. The variety of smells, which are as many almost, if not more, than species of bodies in the world, do most of them want names. Sweet and stinking commonly serve our turn for these ideas, which in effect is little more than to call them pleasing or displeasing, though the smell of a rose and violet, both sweet, are certainly very distinct ideas. Nor are the different tastes that by our palates we receive ideas of much better provided with names. Sweet, bitter, sour, harsh, and salt are almost all the epithets we have to denominate that numberless variety of relishes which are to be found distinct not only in almost every sort of creatures but in the different parts of the same plant, fruit, or animal. The same may be said of colours and sounds. I shall, therefore, in the account of simple ideas I am here giving, content myself to set down only such as are most material to our present purpose, or are in themselves less apt to be taken notice of, though they are very frequently the ingredients of our complex ideas, amongst which I think I may well account solidity, which therefore I shall treat of in the next chapter. Chapter 4 of Solidity. The idea of solidity we receive by our touch, and it arises from the resistance which we find in body to the entrance of any other body into the place it possesses till it has left it. There is no idea which we receive more constantly from sensation than solidity. Whether we move or rest, in what posture soever we are, we always feel something under us that supports us and hinders our further sinking downwards. And the bodies which we daily handle make us perceive that, whilst they remain between them, they do by an insurmountable force hinder the approach of the parts of our hands that press them. That which thus hinders the approach of two bodies when they are moved one towards another I call solidity. I will not dispute whether this acceptation of the word solid be nearer to its original signification than that which mathematicians use it in. It suffices that I think the common notion of solidity will allow, if not justify, this use of it. But if any one think it better to call it impenetrability, he has my consent. Only I have thought the term solidity the more proper to express this idea, not only because of its vulgar use in that sense, but also because it carries something more of positive in it than impenetrability, which is negative and is perhaps more a consequence of solidity than solidity itself. This, of all other, seems the idea the most intimately connected with and essential to body, so as nowhere else to be found or imagined but only in matter. And though our senses take no notice of it but in masses of matter or a bulk sufficient to cause a sensation in us, yet the mind, having once got this idea from such grosser sensible bodies, traces it further and considers it as well as figure in the minutest particle of matter that can exist, and finds it inseparably inherent in body, wherever or however modified. This is the idea which belongs to body, whereby we conceive it to fill space. The idea of which filling of space is that where we imagine any space taken up by a solid substance, we conceive it so to possess it, that it excludes all other solid substances and will forever hinder any other two bodies that move towards one another in a straight line from coming to touch one another, unless it removes from between them in a line not parallel to that which they move in. This idea of it, the bodies which we ordinarily handle sufficiently furnish us with. This resistance, whereby it keeps other bodies out of the space which it possesses, is so great that no force, how great soever, can surmount it. All the bodies in the world, pressing a drop of water on all sides, will never be able to overcome the resistance which it will make, soft as it is, to their approaching one another, till it be removed out of their way, whereby our idea of solidity is distinguished both from pure space, which is capable neither of resistance nor motion, and from the ordinary idea of hardness. For a man may conceive two bodies at a distance, so as they may approach one another without touching or displacing any solid thing, till their superficies come to meet. Whereby I think we have the clear idea of space without solidity, for not to go so far as annihilation of any particular body. I ask whether a man cannot have the idea of the motion of one single body alone without any other succeeding immediately into its place. I think it is evident that he can. The idea of motion in one body, no more including the idea of motion in another than the idea of a square figure in one body includes the idea of a square figure in another. I do not ask whether bodies do so exist that the motion of one body cannot really be without the motion of another. To determine this either way is to beg the question for or against a vacuum. But my question is whether one cannot have the idea of one body moved whilst others are at rest. And I think this no one will deny. If so, then the place it deserted gives us the idea of pure space without solidity, whereinto any other body may enter without either resistance or protrusion of anything. When the sucker in a pump is drawn, the space is filled in the tube is certainly the same whether any other body follows the motion of the sucker or not. Nor does it simply a contradiction that, upon the motion of one body, another that is only contiguous to it should not follow it. The necessity of such a motion is built only on the supposition that the world is full, but not on the distinct ideas of space and solidity, which are as different as resistance and not resistance, protrusion and not protrusion, and that men have ideas of space without a body. Their very disputes about a vacuum plainly demonstrate, as is shown in another place. Solidity is hereby also differenced from hardness, in that solidity consists in repletion and so an utter exclusion of other bodies out of the space it possesses, but hardness in a firm cohesion of the parts of matter, making up masses of a sensible bulk so that the whole does not easily change its figure. And indeed, hard and soft are names that we give to things only in relation to the constitutions of our own bodies, that being generally called hard by us, which will put us to pain sooner than change figure by the pressure of any part of our bodies, and that, on the contrary, soft, which changes the situation of its parts upon an easy and unpainful touch. But this difficulty of changing the situation of the sensible parts amongst themselves or of the figure of the whole gives no more solidity to the hardest body in the world than to the softest, nor is an adamant one jot more solid than water, for though the two flat sides of two pieces of marble will move easily, approach each other, between which there is nothing but water or air, than if there be a diamond between them. Yet it is not that the parts of the diamond are more solid than those of water, or resist more, but because the parts of water, being more easily separable from each other, they will, by a side motion, be more easily removed and give way to the approach of the two pieces of marble. But if they could be kept from making place by that side motion, they would eternally hinder the approach of these two pieces of marble as much as the diamond, and it would be as impossible by any force to surmount their resistance as to surmount the resistance of the parts of a diamond. The softest body in the world will as invincibly resist the coming together of any other two bodies, if it be not put out of the way, but remain between them, as the hardest that can be found or imagined. He that shall fill a yielding soft body well with air or water will quickly find its resistance, and he that thinks that nothing but bodies that are hard can keep his hands from approaching one another may be pleased to make a trial with the air enclosed in a football. Experiment, I have been told, was made at Florence with a hollow globe of gold filled with water and exactly closed, which further shows the solidity of so soft a body as water, for the golden globe thus filled Being put into a press which was driven by the extreme force of screws, the water made itself way through the pores of that very close metal, and finding no room for a nearer approach of its particles within, got to the outside, where it rose like a dew, and so fell in drops before the sides of the globe could be made to yield to the violent compression of the engine that squeezed it. By this idea of solidity is the extension of body distinguished from the extension of space, the extension of body being nothing but the cohesion or continuity of solid, separable, movable parts, and the extension of space, the continuity of unsolid, inseparable, and immovable parts. Upon the solidity of bodies also depend their mutual impulse, resistance, and protrusion. Of pure space, then, and solidity, there are several, amongst which I confess myself one, who persuade themselves they have clear and distinct ideas, and that they can think on space without anything in it that resists or is protruded by body. This is the idea of pure space, which they think they have as clear as any idea they can have of the extension of body, the idea of the distance between the opposite parts of a concave superficies being equally as clear without as with the idea of any solid parts between. And on the other side, they persuade themselves that they have, distinct from that of pure space, the idea of something that fills space, that can be protruded by the impulse of other bodies or resist their motion. If there be others that have not these two ideas distinct, but confound them and make but one of them, I know not how men who have the same idea under different names, or different ideas under the same name, can in that case talk with one another, any more than a man who, not being blind or deaf, has distinct ideas of the color of scarlet and the sound of a trumpet, could discourse concerning scarlet color with the blind man I mentioned in another place, who fancied that the idea of scarlet was like the sound of a trumpet. If anyone ask me what this solidity is, I send him to his senses to inform him. Let him put a flint or a football between his hands, and then endeavor to join them, and he will know. If he thinks this not a sufficient explication of solidity, what it is and wherein it consists, I promise to tell him what it is and wherein it consists, when he tells me what thinking is, or wherein it consists, or explains to me what extension or motion is, which perhaps seems much easier. The simple ideas we have are such as experience teaches us. But if beyond that we endeavor by words to make them clearer in the mind, we shall succeed no better than if we went about to clear up the darkness of a blind man's mind by talking, and to discourse into him the ideas of light and colors. The reason of this I shall show in another place. Chapter 5 of Simple Ideas of Diverse Senses. The ideas we get by more than one sense are of space or extension, figure, rest, and motion. For these make perceivable impressions both on the eyes and touch, and we can receive and convey into our minds the ideas of the extension, figure, motion, and rest of bodies, both by seeing and feeling. But having occasion to speak more at large of these in another place, I here only enumerate them. Chapter 6 of Simple Ideas of Reflection. The mind, receiving the ideas mentioned in the foregoing chapters from without, when it turns its view inward upon itself and observes its own actions about those ideas it has, takes from thence other ideas which are as capable to be the objects of its contemplation as any of those it received from foreign things. The two great and principal actions of the mind, which are most frequently considered, and which are so frequent that everyone that pleases may take notice of them in himself, are these two. perception or thinking, and volition or willing. The power of thinking is called the understanding, and the power of volition is called the will. And these two powers or abilities in the mind are denominated faculties of some of the modes of these simple ideas of reflection, such as are remembrance, discerning, reasoning, judging, knowledge, faith, etc. I shall have occasion to speak hereafter to their assistance. Chapter 7 of Simple Ideas, both Sensation and Reflection. There will be other simple ideas which convey themselves into the mind by all the ways of sensation and reflection, viz. Pleasure or delight and its opposite, pain or uneasiness, power, existence, unity. Delight or uneasiness, one of other of them join themselves to almost all our ideas, both of sensation and reflection. There is scarce any affection of our senses from without, any retired thought of our mind within, which is not able to produce in us pleasure or pain. By pleasure and pain I would be understood to signify whatsoever delights or molests us, whether it arises from the thoughts of our minds or anything operating on our bodies. For whether we call it satisfaction, delight, pleasure, happiness, etc. on the one side, or uneasiness, trouble, pain, torment, anguish, misery, etc. on the other, they are still but different degrees of the same thing, and belong to the ideas of pleasure and pain, delight or uneasiness, which are the names I shall most commonly use for those two sorts of ideas. The infinite wise order of our being, having given us the power over several parts of our bodies to move or keep them at rest as we think fit, and also by the motion of them to move ourselves and other contiguous bodies, in which consist all the actions of our body, having also given a power to our minds in several instances to choose amongst its ideas, which it will think on, and to pursue the inquiry of this or that subject with consideration and attention, to excite us to these actions of thinking and motion that we are capable of, has been pleased to join to several thoughts and several sensations a perception of delight. If this were wholly separated from all our outward sensations and inward thoughts, we should have no reason to prefer one thought or action to another, negligence to attention or motion to rest, and so we should neither stir our bodies nor employ our minds, but let our thoughts, if I may so call it, run adrift without any direction or design, and suffer the ideas of our minds, like unregarded shadows, to make their appearance there as it happened, without attending to them, in which state man, however furnished with the faculties of understanding and will, would be a very idle, inactive creature, and pass his time only in a lazy, lethargically dream. It has therefore pleased our wise Creator to annex to several objects and ideas which we receive from them, as also to several of our thoughts, a concomitant pleasure, and that in several objects to several degrees, that those faculties which we had endowed us with might not remain wholly idle and unemployed by us. Pain has the same efficacy and use to set us on work that pleasure has, we being as ready to employ our faculties to avoid that as to pursue this. Only this is worth our consideration, that pain is often produced by the same objects and ideas that produce pleasure in us. This their near conjunction, which makes us often feel pain in the sensations where we expected pleasure, gives us new occasion of admiring the wisdom and goodness of our Maker, who, designing the preservation of our being, has annexed pain to the application of many things to our bodies, to warn us of the harm that they will do, and as advises to withdraw from them. But he, not designing our preservation barely, but the preservation of every part and organ in its perfection, hath in many cases annexed pain to those very ideas which delight us. This heat, that is very agreeable to us in one degree, by a little greater increase of it proves no ordinary torment, and the most pleasant of all sensible objects, light itself, if there be too much of it, if increased beyond a due proportion to our eyes, causes a very painful sensation, which is wisely and favorably so ordered by nature, that when any object does, by the vehemency of its operation, disorder the instruments of sensation, whose structures cannot but be very nice and delicate, we might by the pain be warned to withdraw before the organ be quite put out of order, and so be unfitted for its proper function for the future. The consideration of those objects that produce it may well persuade us that this is the end or use of pain, for though great light be insufferable to our eyes, yet the highest degree of darkness does not at all disease them, because that, causing no disorderly motion in it, leaves that curious organ unharmed in its natural state. But yet excess of cold as well as heat pains us, because it is equally destructive to that temper which is necessary to the preservation of life and the exercise of the several functions of the body, and which consists in a moderate degree of warmth, or, if you please, a motion of the insensible parts of our bodies, confined within certain bounds. Beyond all this, we may find another reason why God hath scattered up and down several degrees of pleasure and pain in all the things that environ and affect us, and blended them together in almost all that our thoughts and senses have to do with, that we, finding imperfection, dissatisfaction, and want of complete happiness in all the enjoyments which the creatures can afford us, might be led to seek it in the enjoyment of Him with whom there is fullness of joy, and at whose right hand are pleasures for evermore. Though what I have here said may not perhaps make the ideas of pleasure and pain clearer to us than our own experience does, which is the only way that we are capable of having them, yet the consideration of the reason why they are annexed to so many other ideas serving to give us due sentiments of the wisdom and goodness of the sovereign disposer of all things, may not be unsuitable to the main end of these inquiries, the knowledge and veneration of Him being the chief end of all our thoughts and the proper business of all understandings. Existence and unity are two other ideas that are suggested to the understanding by every object without and every idea within. When ideas are in our minds, we consider them as being actually there, as well as we consider things to be actually without us, which is that they exist or have existence, and whatever we can consider as one thing, whether a real being or idea, suggests to the understanding the idea of unity. Power also is another of those simple ideas which we receive from sensation and reflection, for observing in ourselves that we do and can think, and that we can at pleasure move several parts of our bodies which were at rest. The effects also that natural bodies are able to produce in one another, occurring every moment to our senses, we both these ways get the idea of power. Besides these, there is another idea which, though suggested by our senses, yet is more constantly offered to us by what passes in our minds. That is the idea of succession, for if we look immediately into ourselves and reflect on what is observable there, we shall find our ideas always, whilst we are awake, or have any thought passing in train, one going and another coming without intermission. These, if they are not all, are at least, as I think, the most considerable of those simple ideas which the mind has, and out of which made all its other knowledge, all which it receives only by the two forementioned ways of sensation and reflection. Nor let anyone think these too narrow bounds for the capacious mind of man to expatiate in, which takes its flight further than the stars and cannot be confined by the limits of the world, that extends its thoughts often even beyond the utmost expansion of matter, and makes excursions into that incomprehensible inane. I grant all this, but desire any one to assign any simple idea which is not received from one of those inlets before mentioned, or any complex ideas not complex idea not made out of those simple ones, nor will it be so strange to think these few simple ideas sufficient to employ the quickest thought or largest capacity, and to furnish the materials of all that various knowledge and more various fancies and opinions of all mankind, if we consider how many words may be made out of the various composition of 24 letters. Or if, going one step further, we will but reflect on the variety of combinations that may be made with barely one of the above-mentioned ideas, with number whose stock is inexhaustible and truly infinite, and what a large and immense field doth extension alone afford the mathematicians. Chapter 8. Some further considerations concerning our simple ideas. Concerning the simple ideas of sensation, it is to be considered that whatsoever is so constituted in nature as to be able, by affecting our senses, to cause any perception in the mind, doth thereby produce in the understanding a simple idea, which, whatever be the external cause of it, when it comes to be taken notice of by our discerning faculty, it is by the mind looked on and considered there to be a real positive idea in the understanding as much as any other whatsoever, though perhaps the cause of it be but a privation of the subject. Thus the ideas of heat and cold, light and darkness, white and black, motion and rest, are equally clear and positive ideas in the mind, though perhaps some of the causes which produce them are barely privations in those subjects from whence our senses derive those ideas. The understanding in its view of them considers all as distinct positive ideas without taking notice of the causes that produce them, which is an inquiry not belonging to the idea as it is in the understanding, but to the nature of the things existing without us. These are two very different things, and carefully to be distinguished, it being one thing to perceive and to know the idea of white or black, and quite another to examine what kind of particles there must be and how ranged in the superficies to make any object appear white or black. A painter or dyer who never inquired into their causes hath the ideas of white and black and other colours as clearly, perfectly and distinctly in his understanding, and perhaps more distinctly than the philosopher who hath busied himself in considering their natures and things. He knows how far either of them is in its course positive or privative. And the idea of black is no less positive in his mind than that of white. However, the cause of that colour in the external object may be only a privation. If it were the design of my present undertaking to inquire into the natural causes and manner of perception, I should offer this as a reason why a privative cause might, in some cases at least, produce a positive idea, with the whole sensation being produced in us only by different degrees and modes of motion in our animal spirits, variously agitated by external objects, and abatement of any former motion must as necessarily produce a new sensation as the variation or increase of it, and so introduce a new idea which depends only on a different motion of the animal spirits in that organ. But whether this be so or not, I will not here determine, but appeal to everyone's own experience, whether the shadow of a man, though it consists of nothing but the absence of light, and the more the absence of light is, the more discernible is the shadow, does not, when a man looks on it, cause as clear and positive an idea in his mind as a man himself, though covered over with clear sunshine, and the picture of a shadow is a positive thing. Indeed, we have negative names which stand not directly for positive ideas, but for their absence, such as insipid, silence, nihil, etc., which words denote positive ideas, v.g. taste, sound, being, with a signification of their absence. And thus one may truly be said to see darkness, for supposing a hole perfectly dark, from whence no light is reflected, it is certain one may see the figure of it, though it may be painted, or whether the ink I wrote with makes any other idea is a question. The privative causes I have here assigned of positive ideas are according to the common opinion, but in truth it will be hard to determine whether there will be really any ideas from a privative cause, till it be determined whether rest be any more a privation than motion. To discover the nature of our ideas the better, and to discourse of them intelligibly, it will be convenient to distinguish them as they are ideas or perceptions in our minds, and as they are modifications of matter in the bodies that cause such perceptions in us, that so we may not think, as perhaps usually is done, that they are exactly the images and resemblances of something inherent in the subject, most of those of sensation being in the mind no more the likeness of something existing without us than the names that stand for them are the likeness of our ideas, which yet upon hearing they are apt to excite in us. Whatsoever the mind perceives in itself, or is the immediate object of perception, thought, or understanding, that I call idea, and the power to produce any idea in our mind, I call quality of the subject wherein that power is. Thus a snowball having the power to produce in us the ideas of white, cold, and round, the power to produce those ideas in us as they are in the snowball, I call qualities, and as they are sensations or perceptions in our understandings, I call them ideas, which ideas, if I speak of sometimes as in the things themselves, I would be understood to mean those qualities and the objects which produce them in us. Qualities thus considered in bodies are, first, such as are utterly inseparable from the body, in what state soever it be, and such as in all the alterations and changes it suffers, all the force can be used upon it, it constantly keeps, and such as sense constantly finds in every particle of matter which has bulk enough to be perceived, and the mind finds inseparable from every particle of matter, though less than to make itself singly be perceived by our senses, v.g. take a grain of wheat, divide it into two parts, each part has still solidity, extension, figure, and mobility. Divide it again, and it retains still the same qualities, and so divided on till the parts become insensible. They must retain still each of them all those qualities, for division, which is all that a mill or pestle or any other body does upon another, and reducing it to insensible parts, can never take away either solidity, extension, figure, or mobility from any body, but only makes two or more distinct separate masses of matter of that which was but one before, all which distinct masses reckoned as so many distinct bodies. After division, make a certain number. These I call original or primary qualities of body, which I think we may observe to produce simple ideas in us with solidity, extension, figure, motion, or rest and number. Secondly, such qualities, which in truth are nothing in the objects themselves, but power to produce various sensations in us by their primary qualities, i.e. by the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of their insensible parts, as colors, sounds, tastes, etc. These I call secondary qualities. To these might be added a third sort, which are allowed to be barely powers, though they are as much real qualities in the subject as those which I, to comply with the common way of speaking, call qualities. But for distinction, secondary qualities, for the power in fire to produce a new color, or consistency in wax or clay by its primary qualities, is as much a quality in fire as the power it has to produce in me a new idea or sensation of warmth or burning, which I felt not before by the same primary qualities with the bulk, texture, and motion of its insensible parts. The next thing to be considered is how bodies produce ideas in us, and that is manifestly by impulse, the only way which we can conceive bodies to operate in. If then external objects be not united to our minds when they produce ideas therein, and yet we perceive these original qualities in such of them as singly fall under our senses, it is evident that some motion must be thence continued by our nerves or animal spirits by some parts of our bodies to the brains or the seat of sensation, there to produce in our minds the particular ideas we have of them. And since the extension, figure, number, and motion of bodies of an observable bigness may be perceived at a distance by the sight, it is evident some singly imperceptible bodies must come from them to the eyes, and thereby convey to the brain some motion which produces these ideas which we have of them in us. After the same manner that the ideas of these original qualities are produced in us, we may conceive that the ideas of secondary qualities are also produced by the operation of insensible particles on our senses, for it being manifest that there are bodies and good store of bodies, each whereof are so small that we cannot by any of our senses discover either their bulk, figure, or motion, as is evident in the particles of the air and water, and others extremely smaller than those, perhaps as much smaller than the particles of air and water. As the particles of air and water are smaller than peas or hailstones, let us suppose at present that the different motions and figures, bulk and number of such particles affecting the several organs of our senses produce in us those different sensations which we have from the colors and smells of bodies, v.g. that a violet, by the impulse of such insensible particles of matter of peculiar figures and bulks, and in different degrees and modifications of their motions, causes the ideas of the blue color and sweet scent of that flower to be produced in our minds, it being no more impossible to conceive that God should annex such ideas to such motions with which they have no similitude than that he should annex the idea of pain to the motion of a piece of steel dividing our flesh, with which that idea hath no resemblance. What I have said concerning colours and smells may be understood also of tastes and sounds and other the like sensible qualities which, whatever reality we by mistake attribute to them, are in truth nothing in the objects themselves but powers to produce various sensations in us, and depend on those primary qualities, viz. Bulk, figure, texture, and motion of parts, as I have said. From whence I think it easy to draw this observation that the ideas of primary qualities of bodies are resemblances of them, and their patterns do really exist in the bodies themselves, but the ideas produced in us by these secondary qualities have no resemblance of them at all. It is nothing like our ideas existing in the bodies themselves. They are in the bodies we denominate from them only a power to produce those sensations in us. And what is sweet, blue, or warm in idea is but the certain bulk, figure, and motion of the insensible parts in the bodies themselves, which we call so. Flame is denominated hot and light, snow white and cold, and manna white and sweet, from the ideas they produce in us, which qualities are commonly thought to be the same in those bodies that those ideas are in us, the one the perfect resemblance of the other, as they are in a mirror, and it would by most men be judged very extravagant if one should say otherwise. And yet he that will consider that the same fire that at one distance produces in us the sensation of warmth does at a nearer approach produce in us the far different sensation of pain, ought to bethink himself what reason he has to say that this idea of warmth which was produced in him by the fire is actually in the fire, and his idea of pain, which the same fire produced in him the same way, is not in the fire. Why are whiteness and coldness in snow and pain not, when it produces the one and the other idea in us, and can do neither but by the bulk, figure, number, and motion of its solid parts? The particular bulk, number, figure, and motion of the parts of fire or snow are really in them, whether anyone's senses perceive them or no, and therefore they may be called real qualities, because they really exist in those bodies. But light, heat, whiteness, or coldness are no more really in them than sickness or pain is in manner. Take away the sensation of them, let not the eyes see light or colors, nor the ears hear sounds. Let the palate not taste, nor the nose smell, and all colors, tastes, odors, and sounds, as they are, such particular ideas vanish and cease, and are reduced to their causes, i.e., bulk, figure, and motion of parts. A piece of manna of a sensible bulk is able to produce in us the idea of a round or square figure, and by being removed from one place to another, the idea of motion. This idea of motion represents it as it really is in the manner moving. A circle or square are the same, whether in idea or existence, in the mind or in the manner. And this, both motion and figure, are really in the manner, whether we take notice of them or no. This everybody is ready to agree to. Besides, manna, by the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of its parts, has a power to produce the sensations of sickness and sometimes of acute pains or griping in us. That these ideas of sickness and pain are not in the manna but effects of its operations on us, and are nowhere when we feel them not, this also everyone readily agrees to. And yet men are hardly to be brought to think that sweetness and whiteness are not really in manna, which are but the effects of the operations of manna by the motion, size, and figure of its particles on the eyes and palate, as the pain and sickness caused by manna are confessedly nothing but the effects of its operations on the stomach and guts by the size, motion, and figure of its insensible parts, for by nothing else can a body operate, as has been proved. As if it could not operate on the eyes and palate, and thereby produce in the mind particular distinct ideas, which in itself it has not, as well as we allow it can operate on the guts and stomach, and thereby produce distinct ideas which in itself it has not. These ideas being all effects of the operations of manna on several parts of our bodies by the size, figure, number, and motion of its parts, why those produced by the eyes and palate should rather be thought to be really in the manna than those produced by the stomach and guts, or why the pain and sickness ideas that are the effect of manna should be thought to be nowhere when they are not felt, and yet the sweetness and whiteness effects of the same manna on other parts of the body by ways equally as unknown should be thought to exist in the manna when they are not seen or tasted, would need some reason to explain. Let us consider the red and white colors in porphyry. Hinder light from striking on it, and its colors vanish. It no longer produces any such ideas in us. Upon the return of light, it produces these appearances on us again. Can anyone think any real alterations are made in the porphyry by the presence or absence of light, and that those ideas of whiteness and redness are really in porphyry in the light? When it is plain, it has no color in the dark. It has indeed such a configuration of particles, both night and day, as are apt by the rays of light rebounding from some parts of that hard stone to produce in us the idea of redness, and from others the idea of whiteness. But whiteness or redness are not in it at any time but such a texture that hath the power to produce such a sensation in us. Pound an almond, and the clear white color will be altered into a dirty one, and the sweet taste into an oily one. What real alteration can the beating of the pestle make in any body but an alteration of the texture of it? Ideas being thus distinguished and understood, we may be able to give an account how the same water at the same time may produce the idea of cold by one hand and of heat by the other, whereas it is impossible that the same water, if those ideas were really in it, should at the same time be both hot and cold. For if we imagine warmth as it is in our hands to be nothing but a certain sort and degree of motion in the minute particles of our nerves or animal spirits, we may understand how it is possible that the same water may at the same time produce the sensations of heat in one hand and cold in the other, which yet figure never does, that never producing the idea of a square by one hand, which has produced the idea of a globe by another. But if the sensation of heat and cold be nothing but the increase in diminution of the motion of the minute parts of our bodies caused by the corpuscles of any other body, it is easy to understand. It is easy to be understood that if that motion be greater in one hand than in the other, if a body be applied to the two hands, which has in its minute particles a greater motion than in those of one of the hands and less than in those of the other, it will increase the motion of the one hand and lessen it in the other, and so cause the different sensations of heat and cold that depend thereon. I have, in what just goes before, been engaged in physical inquiries a little further than perhaps I intended, but it being necessary to make the nature of sensation a little understood, and to make the difference between the qualities in bodies and the ideas produced by them in the mind to be distinctly conceived, without which it were impossible to discourse intelligibly of them, I hope I shall be pardoned this little excursion into natural philosophy, it being necessary in our present inquiry to distinguish the primary and real qualities of bodies, which are always in them, viz. Solidity, extension, figure, number, and motion or rest, and are sometimes perceived by us when the bodies they are in are big enough singly to be discerned from those secondary and imputed qualities, which are but the powers of several combinations of those primary ones, when they operate without being distinctly discerned, whereby we may also come to know what ideas are and what are not, resemblances of something really existing in the bodies we denominate from them. The qualities, then, that are in bodies, rightly considered, are of three sorts. First, the bulk, figure, number, situation, and motion or rest of their solid parts. Those are in them whether we perceive them or not, and when they are of that size that we can discover them, we have by these an idea of the thing as it is in itself, as is plain in artificial things. These I call primary qualities. Secondly, the power that is in any body, by reason of its insensible primary qualities, to operate after a peculiar manner on any of our senses, and thereby produce in us the different ideas of several colours, sounds, smells, tastes, etc. These are usually called sensible qualities. Thirdly, the power that is in any body, by reason of the particular constitution of its primary qualities, to make such a change in the bulk, figure, texture, and motion of another body as to make it operate on our senses differently from what it did before. Thus the sun has a power to make wax white and fire to make lead fluid. These are usually called powers. The first of these, as has been said, I think may be properly called real, original, or primary qualities, because they are in the things themselves, whether they are perceived or not, and upon their different modifications it is that the secondary qualities depend. The other two are only powers to act differently upon other things, which powers result from the different modifications of those primary qualities. But though the two latter sorts of qualities are powers barely and nothing but powers relating to several other bodies and resulting from the different modifications of the original qualities, yet they are generally otherwise thought of. For the second sort, viz. The powers to produce several ideas in us by our senses, are looked upon as real qualities in the things thus affecting us. But the third sort are called and esteemed barely powers, e.g. the idea of heat or light, which we receive by our eyes or touch from the sun, are commonly thought real qualities existing in the sun and something more than mere powers in it. But when we consider the sun in reference to wax, which it metals or blanches, we look on the whiteness and softness produced in the wax, not as qualities in the sun, but effects produced by powers in it. Whereas, if rightly considered, these qualities of light and warmth, which are perceptions in me when I am warmed or enlightened by the sun, are no otherwise in the sun than the changes made in the wax when it is blanched or melted are in the sun. They are all of them equally powers in the sun, depending on its primary qualities, whereby it is able in the one case so to alter the bulk, figure, texture, or motion of some of the insensible parts of my eyes or hands, as thereby to produce in me the idea of light or heat, and in the other it is able to alter the bulk, figure, texture, or motion of the insensible parts of the wax as to make them fit to produce in me the distinct ideas of white and fluid. The reason why the one are ordinarily taken for real qualities and the other only for bare powers seems to be because the ideas we have of distinct colors, sounds, etc., containing nothing at all in them of bulk, figure, or motion, we are not apt to think them the effects of these primary qualities, which appear not to our senses to operate in their production, and with which They have not any apparent congruity or conceivable connection. Hence it is that we are so forward to imagine that those ideas are the resemblances of something really existing in the objects themselves, since sensation discovers nothing of bulk, figure, or motion of parts in their production, nor can reason show how bodies by their bulk, figure, and motion should produce in the mind the ideas of blue or yellow, etc. But in the other case, in the operations of bodies changing the qualities one of another, we plainly discover that the qualities produced have commonly no resemblance with anything in the thing producing it. Wherefore we look on it as a bare effect of power, for through receiving the idea of heat or light from the sun, we are apt to think it is a perception and resemblance of such a quality in the sun. Yet when we see wax or a fair face receive change of color from the sun, we cannot imagine that to be the reception or resemblance of anything in the sun, because we find not those different colors in the sun itself. For our senses being able to observe a likeness or unlikeness of sensible qualities in two different external objects, we forwardly enough conclude the production of any sensible qualities in any subject to be an effect of bare power, and not the communication of any quality which was really in the efficient, when we find no such sensible quality in the thing that produced it. But our senses not being able to discover any unlikeness between the idea produced in us and the quality of the object producing it, we are apt to imagine that our ideas are resemblances of something in the objects, and not the effects of certain powers placed in the modification of their primary qualities, with which primary qualities the ideas produced in us have no resemblance. To conclude, besides those before mentioned primary qualities in bodies, with bulk, figure, extension, number, and motion of their solid parts, all the rest whereby we take notice of bodies and distinguish them one from another, are nothing else but several powers in them depending on those primary qualities, whereby they are fitted either by immediately operating on our bodies to produce several different ideas in us, or else by operating on other bodies so to change their primary qualities as to render them capable of producing ideas in us different from what before they did. The former of these, I think, may be called secondary qualities immediately perceivable, the latter secondary qualities immediately perceivable. Chapter 9 of Perception. Perception, as it is the first faculty of the mind exercised about our ideas, so it is the first and simplest idea we have from reflection, and is by some called thinking in general. Though thinking, in the propriety of the English tongue, signifies that sort of operation in the mind about its ideas, wherein the mind is active, where it with some degree of voluntary attention considers anything. For in bare naked perception the mind is, for the most part, only passive, and what it perceives it cannot avoid perceiving. What perception is, everyone will know better by reflecting on what he does himself when he sees, hears, feels, etc., or thinks, than by any discourse of mine. Whoever reflects on what passes in his own mind cannot miss it, and if he does not reflect, all the words in the world cannot make him have any notion of it. This is certain, that whatever alterations are made in the body, if they reach not the mind, whatever impressions are made on the outward parts, if they are not taken notice of within, there is no perception. Fire may burn our bodies with no other effect than it does a billet, unless the motion be continued to the brain, and there the sense of heat or idea of pain be produced in the mind, wherein consists actual perception. How often may a man observe in himself that whilst his mind is intently employed in the contemplation of some objects, and curiously surveying some ideas that are there, it takes no notice of impressions of sounding bodies made upon the organ of hearing, with the same alteration that uses to be for the producing the idea of sound. A sufficient impulse there may be on the organ, but it not reaching the observation of the mind, there follows no perception, and though the motion that uses to produce the idea of sound be made in the ear, yet no sound is heard. Want of sensation in this case is not through any defect in the organ, or that the man's ears are less affected than at other times when he does hear, but that which uses to produce the idea, though conveyed in by the usual organ, not being taken notice of in the understanding, and so imprinting no idea in the mind, there follows no sensation, so that wherever there is sense or perception, there some idea is actually produced and present in the understanding. Therefore, I doubt not but children, by the exercise of their senses about objects that affect them in the womb, receive some few ideas before they are born, as the unavoidable effects either of the bodies that environ them, or else of those wounds or diseases they suffer, amongst which, if one may conjecture concerning things not very capable of examination, I think the ideas of hunger and warmth are two, which probably are some of the first that children have, and which they scarce ever part with again. But though it be reasonable to imagine that children receive some ideas before they come into the world, yet these simple ideas are far from those innate principles which some contend for, and we above have rejected. These here mentioned, being the effects of sensation, are only from some affections of the body, which happen to them there, and so depend on something exterior to the mind, no otherwise differing in their manner of production from other ideas derived from sense, but only in the precedency of time, whereas those innate principles are supposed to be quite of another nature, not coming into the mind by any accidental alterations in or operations on the body, but as it were original characters impressed upon it in the very first moment of its being and constitution. As there are some ideas which we may reasonably suppose may be introduced into the minds of children in the womb, subservient to the necessities of their life and being there, so after they are born, those ideas are the earliest imprinted, which happen to be the sensible qualities which first occur to them, amongst which light is not the least considerable, nor the weakest efficacy, and how covetous the mind is to be furnished with all such ideas as have no pain accompanying them may be a little guessed by what is observable in children newborn, who always turn their eyes to that part from whence the light comes, lay them how you please. But the ideas that are most familiar at first, being various according to the diverse circumstances of children's first environment in the world, children's first entertainment in the world, the order wherein the several ideas come at first into the mind is very various and uncertain also, neither is it much material to know. We are further to consider concerning perception that the ideas we receive by sensation are often, in grown people, altered by the judgment, without our taking notice of it. When we set before our eyes a round globe of any uniform color, e.g. gold, alabaster, or jet, it is certain that the idea thereby imprinted on our mind is of a flat circle, variously shadowed, with several degrees of light and brightness coming to our eyes. But we having, by use, been accustomed to perceive what kind of appearance convex bodies are wont to make in us, what alterations are made in the reflections of light by the difference of the sensible figures of bodies, the judgment presently, by an habitual custom, alters the appearances into their courses, so that from that which is truly variety of shadow or color collecting the figure, it makes it pass for a mark of figure, and frames to itself the perception of a convex figure and an uniform color, when the idea we receive from thence is only a plane variously colored, as is evident in painting. To which purpose I shall here insert a problem of that very ingenious and studious promoter of real knowledge, the learned and worthy Mr. Molyneux, which he was pleased to send me in a letter some months since, and it is this. Suppose a man born blind and now adult, and taught by his touch to distinguish between a cube and a sphere of the same metal, and nightly of the same bigness, and nearly of the same bigness, so as to tell when he felt one and the other, which is the cube, which is the sphere. Suppose then the cube and sphere are placed on a table, and the blind man be made to see, whether by his side, before he touched them, he could now distinguish and tell which is the globe, which is the cube, to which the acute and judicious proposer answers note. For, though he has obtained the experience of how a cube affects his touch, yet he has not yet obtained the experience that what affects his touch so or so must affect his sight so, or that a protuberant angle in the cube that pressed his hand unequally shall appear to his eye as it does in the cube. I agree with this thinking gentleman, whom I am proud to call my friend, in his answer to this problem, and am of opinion that the blind man at first sight would not be able with certainty to say which was the globe, which was the cube, whilst he only saw them, though he could unerringly name them by his touch and certainly distinguish them by the difference of their figures felt. This I have set down and leave with my reader as an occasion for him to consider how much he may be beholden to experience, improvement and acquired notions, where he thinks he had not the least of use or help from them, and the rather because this observing gentleman further adds that, having upon the occasion of my book proposed this to divers very ingenious men, he hardly ever met with one that at first gave the answer to it which he thinks true, till by hearing his reasons they were convinced. But this is not, I think, usual in any of our ideas, but those received by sight, because sight, the most comprehensive of all our senses, conveying to our minds the ideas of light and colours, which are peculiar only to that sense, and also the far different ideas of space, figure, and motion, the several varieties whereof change the appearances of its proper object with light and colours. We bring ourselves by use to judge of the one by the other. This in many cases by a settled habit in things whereof we have frequent experiences, performed so constantly and so quick that we take that for the perception of our sensation, which is an idea formed by our judgment, so that one which that of sensation serves only to excite the other, and is cast taken notice of itself, as a man who reads or hears with attention and understanding takes little notice of the characters or sounds, but of the ideas that are excited in him by them. No need we wonder that this is done with so little notice, if we consider how quick the actions of the mind are performed, for as itself is thought to take up no space, we have no extension, so its actions seem to require no time, but many of them seem to be crowded into an instant. I speak this in comparison to the actions of the body. Anyone may easily observe this in his own thoughts, who will take the pains to reflect on them, how, as it were, in an instant, do our minds with one glance see all the parts of a demonstration, which may very well be called a long one, if we consider the time it will require to put it into words, and step by step show it another. Secondly, we shall not be so much surprised that this is done in us with so little notice, if we consider how the facility which we get of doing things by a custom of doing makes them often pass in us without our notice. Habits, especially such as begin very early, come at last to produce actions in us which often escape our observation. How frequently do we in a day cover our eyes with our eyelids without perceiving that we are at all in the dark? Men that by custom have got the use of a byword do almost in every sentence produce sounds which, though taken notice of by others, they themselves neither hear nor observe. Therefore, it is not so strange that our mind should often change the idea of its sensation into that of its judgment, and make one serve only to excite the other, without our taking notice of it. This faculty of perception seems to me to be that which puts the distinction betwixt the animal kingdom and the inferior parts of nature. For however vegetables have, many of them, some degrees of motion, and upon the different application of other bodies to them, do very briskly alter their figures and motions, and so have obtained the name of sensitive plants from a motion which has some resemblance to that which in animals follows upon sensation. Yet I suppose it is all bare mechanism, and no otherwise produced than the turning of a wild oat beard by the insinuation of the particles of moisture, or the shortening of a rope by the effusion of water, all which is done without any sensation in the subject, or the having or receiving any ideas. Perception, I believe, is in some degree in all sorts of animals, though in some possibly the avenues provided by nature for the reception of sensations are so few, and the perception they are received with so obscure and dull, that it comes extremely short of the quickness and variety of sensation which is in other animals. But yet it is sufficient for and wisely adapted to the state and condition of that sort of animals who are thus made, so that the wisdom and goodness of the Maker plainly appear in all the parts of this stupendous fabric, and all the several degrees and ranks of creatures in it. We may, I think, from the make of an oyster or cockle reasonably conclude that it has not so many, nor so quick senses as a man or several other animals, nor if it had, would it in that state and incapacity of transferring itself from one place to another be bettered by them. What good would sight and hearing do to a creature that cannot move itself to or from the objects wherein at a distance it perceives good or evil? And would not quickness of sensation be an inconvenience to an animal that must lie still where chance has once placed it, and there receive the efflux of colder or warmer, clean or foul water as it happens to come in? But yet I cannot but think there is some small dull perception whereby they are distinguished from perfect insensibility, and that this may be so we have plain instances even in mankind itself. Take one in whom decrepit old age has blotted out the memory of his past knowledge, and clearly wiped out the ideas his mind was formerly stored with, and has, by destroying his sight, hearing, and smell quite, and his taste to a great degree, stopped up almost all the passages for new ones to enter, or if there be some of the inlets yet half open, the impressions made are scarcely perceived or not at all retained. How far such an one, notwithstanding all that is boasted of innate principles, is in his knowledge and intellectual faculties above the condition of a cockle or an oyster, I leave to be considered. And if a man had passed 60 years in such a state as it is possible he might, as well as 3 days, I wonder what difference there would be in any intellectual perfections between him and the lowest degree of animals. Perception, then, being the first step and degree towards knowledge, and the inlet of all the materials of it, the fewer senses any man as well as any other creature hath, and the fewer and duller the impressions are that are made by them, and the duller the faculties are that are employed about them, the more remote are they from that knowledge which is to be found in some men. But this being in great variety of degrees, as may be perceived amongst men, cannot certainly be discovered in the several species of animals, much less in their particular individuals. It suffices me only to have remarked here that perception is the first operation of all our intellectual faculties, and the inlet of all knowledge in our minds. And I am apt too to imagine that it is perception in the lowest degree of it which puts the boundaries between animals and the inferior ranks of creatures. But this I mention only as my conjecture by the by, it being indifferent to the matter in hand, which way the learned shall determine of it. Chapter 10 of Retention. The next faculty of the mind, whereby it makes a further progress towards knowledge, is that which I call retention, or the keeping of those simple ideas which from sensation or reflection it hath received. This is done two ways. First, by keeping the idea which is brought into it for some time actually in view, which is called contemplation. The other way of retention is the power to revive again in our minds those ideas which, after imprinting, have disappeared or have been, as it were, laid aside out of sight. And thus we do when we conceive heat or light, yellow or sweet, the object being removed. This is memory which is, as it were, the storehouse of our ideas, for the narrow mind of man, not being capable of having many ideas under view and consideration at once, it was necessary to have a repository to lay up those ideas which at another time it might have use of. But our ideas being nothing but actual perceptions in the mind, which cease to be anything when there is no perception of them, this laying up of our ideas in the repository of the memory signifies no more but this, that the mind has a power in many cases to revive perceptions which it has once had, with this additional perception annexed to them that it has had them before. And is this sense it is that our ideas are said to be in our memories, when indeed they are actually nowhere, but only there is an ability in the mind when it will to revive them again, and as it were paint the menu on itself, though some with more, some with less difficulty, some more lively and others more obscurely. And thus it is by the assistance of this faculty that we are said to have all those ideas in our understandings which, though we do not actually contemplate, yet we can bring inside and make appear again and be the objects of our thoughts without the help of those sensible qualities which first imprinted them there. Attention and repetition help much to the fixing any ideas in the memory, but those which naturally at first make the deepest and most lasting impressions are those which are accompanied with pleasure or pain, the great business of the senses being to make us take notice of what hurts or advantages the body. It is wisely ordered by nature, as it has been shown that pain should accompany the reception of several ideas, which, supplying the place of consideration and reasoning in children, and acting quicker than consideration in grown men, makes both the old and young avoid painful objects with that haste which is necessary for their preservation, and in both settles the memory a caution for the future. Concerning the several degrees of lasting wherewith ideas are imprinted on the memory, we may observe that some of them have been produced in the understanding by an object affecting the senses once only, and no more than once. Others that have more than once offered themselves to the senses have yet been little taken notice of. The mind either heals, as in children, or otherwise employed, as in men, intent only on one thing, not setting the stamp deep into itself. And in some, where they are set on with care and repeated impressions, either through the temper of the body or some other fault, the memory is very weak. In all these cases, ideas in the mind quickly fade and often vanish quite out of the understanding, leaving no more footsteps or remaining characters of themselves than shadows do flying over fields of corn, and the mind is as void of them as if they had never seen before, never been there. Thus many of those ideas which were produced in the minds of children in the beginning of their sensation, some of which perhaps as of some pleasures and pains were before they were born, and others in their infancy, if in the future course of their lives they are not repeated again, are quite lost, without the least glimpse remaining of them. This may be observed in those who, by some mischance, have lost their sight when they were very young, in whom the ideas of colours, having been but slightly taken notice of and ceasing to be repeated, do quite wear out, so that some years after there is no more notion, no memory of colours left in their minds than in those of people born blind. The memory of some men, it is true, is very tenacious, even to a miracle. And yet there seems to be a constant decay of all our ideas, even of those which are struck deepest, and in minds the most retentive, so that if they be not sometimes renewed by repeated exercise of the senses, or a reflection on those kinds of objects which at first occasioned them, the print wears out, and at last there remains nothing to be seen. Thus the ideas as well as children of our youth often die before us, and our minds represent to us those tombs to which we are approaching, where, though the brass and marble remain, yet the inscriptions are effaced by time, and the imagery moulders away. The pictures drawn in our minds are laid in fading colors, and if not sometimes refreshed, vanish and disappear. How much the constitution of our bodies and the make of our animal spirits are concerned in this, and whether the temper of the brain makes this difference, that in some it retains the characters drawn on it like marble, in others like freestone, and in others little better than sand. I shall not here inquire, though it may seem probable that the constitution of the body does sometimes influence the memory, since we oftentimes find a disease quite strip the mind of all its ideas, and the flames of a fever in a few days calcine all those images to dust and confusion which seemed to be as lasting as if graved in marble. But concerning the ideas themselves, it is easy to remark that those that are oftenest refreshed, amongst which are those that are conveyed into the mind by more ways than one, by a frequent return of the objects or actions that produce them, fix themselves best in the memory, and remain clearest and longest there. And therefore those which are of the original qualities of bodies, with solidity, extension, figure, motion, and rest, and those that almost constantly affect our bodies, as heat and cold, and those which are the affections of all kinds of beings, as existence, duration, and number, which almost every object that affects our senses, every thought which employs our minds, bring along with them. These, I say, and the like ideas are seldom quite lost, whilst the mind retains any ideas at all. In the secondary perception, as I may so call it, or viewing again the ideas that are lodged in the memory, the mind is oftentimes more than barely passive, the appearance of those dormant pictures depending sometimes on the will. The mind very often sets itself on work in search of some hidden idea, and turns, as it were, the eye of the soul upon it, though sometimes too they start up in our minds of their own accord, and offer themselves to the understanding, and very often are roused and tumbled out of their dark cells into open daylight, with turbulent and tempestuous passions, our affections bringing ideas to our memory which had otherwise lain quiet and unregarded. This further is to be observed concerning ideas lodged in the memory, and upon occasion revived by the mind, that they are not only, as the word revive imports, none of them new ones, but also that the mind takes notice of them as of a former impression, and renews its acquaintance with them as with ideas it had known before, so that though ideas formerly imprinted are not all constantly in view, yet in remembrance they are constantly known to be such as have been formerly imprinted, i.e. in view and taken notice of before by the understanding. Memory in an intellectual creature is necessary in the next degree of perception. It is of so great a moment that where it is wanting, all the rest of our faculties are in a great measure useless, and we in our thoughts, reasonings, and knowledge could not proceed beyond present objects, were it not for the assistance of our memories, wherein there may be two defects. First, that it loses the idea quite, and so far it produces perfect ignorance, for, since we can know nothing further than we have the idea of it, when that is gone, we are in perfect ignorance. Secondly, that it moves slowly and retrieves not the ideas that it has, and are laid up in store quick enough to serve the mind upon occasion. This, if it be to a great degree, is stupidity, and he who, through this default in his memory, has not the ideas that are really preserved there ready at hand when need and occasion calls for them, will almost as good be without them quite, since they serve him to little purpose. The dull man who loses the opportunity whilst he is seeking in his mind for those ideas that should serve his turn is not much more happy in his knowledge than one that is perfectly ignorant. It is the business, therefore, of the memory to furnish to the mind those dormant ideas which it has present occasion for. In the having them ready at hand on all occasions consists that which we call invention, fancy, and quickness of parts. These are defects we may observe in the memory of one man compared with another. There is another defect which we may conceive to be in the memory of man in general compared with some superior created intellectual beings, which in this faculty may so far excel man that they may have constantly in view the whole scene of all their former actions, wherein no one of the thoughts they have ever had may slip out of their sight. The omniscience of God, who knows all things past, present, and to come, and to whom the thoughts of men's hearts always lie open, may satisfy us of the possibility of this. For who can doubt but God may communicate to those glorious spirits his immediate attendance, any of his perfections, in what proportions he pleases, as far as created finite beings can be capable? It is reported of that prodigy of parts, Monsieur Pascal, that till the decay of his health has impaired his memory, he forgot nothing of what he had done, read, or thought in any part of his rational age. This is a privilege so little known to most men that it seems almost incredible to those who, after the ordinary way, measure all others by themselves, but yet, when considered, may help us to enlarge our thoughts towards greater perfections of it in superior ranks of spirits. For this of Monsieur Pascal was still with the narrowness that human minds are confined of having great variety of ideas only by succession, not all at once, whereas the several degrees of angels may probably have larger views, and some of them be endowed with capacities able to retain together and constantly set before them, as in one picture, all their past knowledge at once. This, we may conceive, would be no small advantage to the knowledge of a thinking man, if all his past thoughts and reasonings could be always present to him, and therefore we may suppose it one of those wherein the knowledge of separate spirits may exceedingly surpass ours. This faculty of laying up and retaining the ideas that are brought into the mind several other animals seem to have to a great degree, as well as man. For, to pass by other instances, birds learning of tunes and the endeavours one may observe in them to hit the notes right, put it past doubt with me that they have perception and retain ideas in their memories and use them for patterns. For it seems to me impossible that they should endeavour to conform their voices to notes, as it is plain they do, of which they had no ideas. For though I should grant sound may mechanically cause a certain motion of the animal spirits in the brains of those birds, whilst the tune is actually playing, and that motion may be continued on to the muscles of the wings, and so the bird mechanically be driven away by certain noises, because this may tend to the bird's preservation, yet that can never be supposed a reason why it should cause mechanically, either whilst the tune is playing, much less after it has ceased, such a motion of the organs in the bird's voice as should conform it to the notes of a foreign sound, which imitation can be of no use to the bird's preservation, but which is more, it cannot with any appearance of reason be supposed, much less proved, that birds without sense and memory can approach their notes nearer and nearer by degrees to a tune played yesterday, which if they have no idea of in their memories now nowhere, no can be a pattern for them to imitate, of or which any repeated essays can bring them nearer to, since there is no reason why the sound of a pipe should leave traces in their brains which, not at first but by their after endeavours, should produce the like sounds, and why the sounds they make themselves should not make traces which they should follow as well as those of the pipe is impossible to conceive. Chapter 11 of Discerning and Other Operations of the Mind. Another faculty we may take notice of in our minds is that of discerning and distinguishing between the several ideas it has. It is not enough to have a confused perception of something in general, unless the mind had a distinct perception of different objects and their qualities. It would be capable of very little knowledge, though the bodies that affect us were as busy about us as they are now, and the mind were continually employed in thinking. On this faculty of distinguishing one thing from another depends the evidence and certainty of several, even very general propositions which have passed for innate truths, because men, overlooking the true cause why those propositions find universal assent, imputed wholly to native uniform impressions, whereas it in truth depends upon this clear discerning faculty of the mind, whereby it perceives two ideas to be the same or different, but of this more hereafter. How much the imperfection of accurately discriminating ideas one from another lies either in the dullness or faults of the organs of sense, or want of acuteness, exercise, or attention in the understanding, or hastiness and precipitancy natural to some tempers, I will not here examine. It suffices to take notice that this is one of the operations that the mind may reflect on and observe in itself. It is of that consequence to its other knowledge that, so far as this faculty is in itself dull, or not rightly made use of for the distinguishing one thing from another, so far our notions are confused, and our reason and judgment disturbed or misled. If in having our ideas in the memory ready at hand consists quickness of parts, in this of having them unconfused and being able nicely to distinguish one thing from another, where there is but the least difference, consists in a great measure the exactness of judgment, the clearness of reason which is to be observed in one man above another. And hence perhaps may be given some reason of that common observation that men who have a great deal of wit and prompt memories have not always the clearest judgment or deepest reason, for wit lying most in the assemblage of ideas and putting those together with quickness and variety wherein can be found any resemblance or congruity, thereby to make up pleasant pictures and agreeable visions in the fancy. Judgment, on the contrary, lies quite on the other side, in separating carefully one from another ideas wherein can be found the least difference, thereby to avoid being misled by similitude and by affinity to take one thing for another. This is a way of proceeding quite contrary to metaphor and allusion, wherein for the most part lies that entertainment and pleasantry of wit which strikes so lively on the fancy, and therefore is so acceptable to all people, because its beauty appears at first sight, and there is required no labor of thought to examine what truth or reason there is in it. The mind, without looking any further, rests satisfied with the agreeableness of the picture and gaiety of the fancy, and it is a kind of affront to go about to examine it by the severe rules of truth and good reason, whereby it appears that it consists in something that is not perfectly conformable to them. To the well distinguishing our ideas, it chiefly contributes that they be clear and determinate, and when they are so, it will not breed any confusion or mistake about them, though the senses should, as sometimes they do, convey them from the same object differently on different occasions, and so seem to err. For though a man in a fever should from sugar have a bitter taste, which at another time would produce a sweet one, yet the idea of bitter in that man's mind would be as clear and distinct from the idea of sweet as if he had tasted only gall. Nor does it make any more confusion between the two ideas of sweet and bitter, and that the same sort of body produces at one time one, and at another time another idea by the taste, than it makes a confusion into ideas of white and sweet or white and round, that the same piece of sugar produces them both in the mind and at the same time, and the ideas of orange color and azure that are produced in the mind by the same parcel of the infusion of lignum nephriticum are no less distinct ideas than those of the same colors taken from two very different bodies. The comparing them one with another in respect of extent, degrees, time, place, or any other circumstances is another operation of the mind about its ideas, and is that upon which depends all that large tribe of ideas comprehended under relation, which of how vast an extent it is I shall have occasion to consider hereafter. How far brutes partake in this faculty is not easy to determine. I imagine they have it not in any great degree, for though they probably have several ideas distinct enough, yet it seems to me to be the prerogative of human understanding, when it has sufficiently distinguished any ideas so as to perceive them to be perfectly different, and so consequently to cast about and consider in what circumstances they are capable to be compared. And therefore I think beasts compare not their ideas further than some sensible circumstances annexed to the objects themselves. The other power of comparing, which may be observed in men belonging to general ideas, and useful only to abstract reasonings, we may probably conjecture beasts have not. The next operation we may observe in the mind about its ideas is composition, whereby it puts together several of those simple ones it has received from sensation and reflection and combines them into complex ones. Under this of composition may be reckoned also that of enlarging, wherein though the composition does not so much appear as in more complex ones, yet it is nevertheless a putting several ideas together, though of the same kind. Thus, by adding several units together, we make the idea of a dozen, and putting together the repeated ideas of several perches, we frame that of a furlong. In this also, I suppose, brutes come far short of man, for though they take in and retain together several combinations of simple ideas, as possibly the shape, smell, and voice of his master make up the complex idea a dog has of him, or rather are so many distinct marks whereby he knows him, yet I do not think they do of themselves ever compound them and make complex ideas. And perhaps even where we think they have complex ideas, it is only one simple one that directs them in the knowledge of several things which possibly they distinguish less by their sight than we imagine. For I have been credibly informed that a bitch will nurse, play with, and be fond of young foxes as much as and in place of her puppies, if you can but get them once to suck her so long that her milk may go through them. Those animals which have a numerous brood of young ones at once appear not to have any knowledge of their number, for though they are mightily concerned for any of their young that are taken from them whilst they are in sight or hearing, yet if one or two of them be stolen from them in their absence, or without noise, they appear not to miss them, or to have any sense that their number is lessened. When children have, by repeated sensations, got ideas fixed in their memories, they begin by degrees to learn the use of signs, and when they have got the skill to apply the organs of speech to the framing of articulate sounds, they begin to make use of words to signify their ideas to others. These verbal signs they sometimes borrow from others, and sometimes make themselves, as one may observe among the new and unusual names children often give to things in the first use of language. The use of words then being to stand as outward marks of our internal ideas, and those ideas being taken from particular things, if every particular idea that we take in should have a distinct name. Names must be endless. To prevent this, the mind makes the particular ideas received from particular objects to become general, which is done by considering them as they are in the mind, such appearances separate from all other existences and the circumstances of real existence as time, place, or any other concomitant ideas. This is called abstraction, whereby ideas taken from particular beings become general representatives of all of the same kind, and their names, general names, applicable to whatever exists, conformable to such abstract ideas, such precise and naked appearances in the mind, without considering how, whence, or with what others they came there. The understanding lays up with names commonly annexed to them as the standards to rank real existences into sorts as they agree with these patterns, and to denominate them accordingly. Thus, the same color being observed today in chalk or snow, which the mind yesterday received from milk, it considers that appearance alone makes it representative of all of that kind, and having given it the name whiteness, it by that sound signifies the same quality whatsoever to be imagined or met with, and thus universals whether ideas or terms are made. If it may be doubted whether beasts compound and enlarge their ideas that way to any degree, this I think I may be positive in, that the power of abstracting is not at all in them, and that the having of general ideas is that which puts a perfect distinction betwixt man and brutes, and is an excellency which the faculties of brutes do by no means attain to. For it is evident we observe no footsteps in them of making use of general signs for universal ideas, from which we have reason to imagine that they have not the faculty of abstracting or making general ideas, since they have no use of words or any other general signs. Nor can it be imputed to their want of fit organs to frame articulate sounds that they have no use or knowledge of general words, since many of them we find can fashion such sounds and pronounce words distinctly enough, but never with any such application. And on the other side, men who through some defect in the organs want words, yet fail not to express their universal ideas by signs, which serve them instead of general words, a faculty which we see beasts come short in. And therefore I think we may suppose that it is in this that the species of brutes are discriminated from man, and it is that proper difference wherein they are wholly separated, and which at last widens to so vast a distance. For if they have any ideas at all, and are not bare machines, as some would have them, we cannot deny them to have some reason. It seems as evident to me that they do, some of them in certain instances, reason, as that they have sense, but it is only in particular ideas, just as they received them from their senses. They are the best of them tied up within those narrow bounds, and have not, as I think, the faculty to enlarge them by any kind of abstraction. How far idiots are concerned in the want or weakness of any or all of the foregoing faculties, an exact observation of their several ways of faltering would no doubt discover. For those who either perceive but dully, or retain the ideas that come into their minds but ill, who cannot readily excite or compound them, will have little matter to think on. Those who cannot distinguish, compare, and abstract would hardly be able to understand and make use of language, or judge or reason to any tolerable degree, but only little and imperfectly about things present, and very familiar to their senses. And indeed, any of the forementioned faculties, if wanting or out of order, produce suitable defects in men's understandings and knowledge. In fine, the defect in naturals seems to proceed from want of quickness, activity, and motion in the intellectual faculties, whereby they are deprived of reason, whereas madmen on the other side seem to suffer by the other extreme, for they do not appear to me to have lost the faculty of reasoning, but having joined together some ideas very wrongly, they mistake them for truths, and they err as men do that argue right from wrong principles, for by the violence of their imaginations, having taken their fancies for realities, they make right deductions from them. Thus, you shall find distracted man fancying himself a king, with the right inference require suitable attendance, respect, and obedience. Others, who have thought themselves made of glass, have used the caution necessary to preserve such brittle bodies. Hence it comes to pass that a man who is very sober and of a right understanding in all other things may in one particular be as frantic as any in Bedlam, if either by any sudden very strong impression or long fixing his fancy upon one sort of thoughts, incoherent ideas have been cemented together so powerfully as to remain united. But there are degrees of madness as of folly. The disorderly jumbling ideas together is in some more and some less. In short, herein seems to lie the difference between idiots and madmen, that madmen put wrong ideas together and so make wrong propositions, but argue and reason right from them. But idiots make very few or no propositions and reason scarce at all. These, I think, are the first faculties and operations of the mind which it makes use of in understanding, and though they are exercised about all its ideas in general, yet the instances I have hitherto given have been chiefly in simple ideas, and I have subjoined the explication of these faculties of the mind to that of simple ideas before I come to what I have to say concerning complex ones, for these following reasons. First, because several of these faculties being exercised at first principally about simple ideas, we might, by following nature in its ordinary method, trace and discover them in their use, progress, and gradual improvements. Secondly, because observing the faculties of the mind, how they operate about simple ideas, which are usually in most men's minds much more clear, precise, and distinct than complex ones, we may the better examine and learn how the mind extracts, denominates, compares, and exercises in its other operations about those which are complex, wherein we are much more liable to mistake. Thirdly, because these very operations of the mind about ideas received from sensations are themselves, when reflected on, another set of ideas derived from that other source of our knowledge, which I call reflection, and therefore fit to be considered in this place after the simple ideas of sensation, of compounding, comparing, abstracting, etc. I have but just spoken, having occasion to treat of them more at large in other places. And thus I have given a short and, I think, true history of the first beginnings of human knowledge, whence the mind has its first object, and by what steps it makes its progress to the laying and storing up those ideas out of which is to be framed all the knowledge it is capable of, wherein I must appeal to experience and observation whether I am in the right, the best way to come to truth being to examine things as really they are, and not to conclude they are as we fancy of ourselves or have been taught by others to imagine. To deal truly, this is the only way that I can discover whereby the ideas of things are brought into the understanding. If other men have either innate ideas or infused principles, they have reason to enjoy them, and if they are sure of it, it is impossible for others to deny them the privilege that they have above their neighbors. I can speak but of what I find in myself, and is agreeable to those notions which, if we will examine the whole course of men in their several ages, countries, and educations, seem to depend on those foundations which I have laid, and to correspond with this method in all the parts and degrees thereof. I pretend not to teach but to inquire, and therefore cannot but confess here again that external and internal sensation are the only passages I can find of knowledge to the understanding. These alone, as far as I can discover, are the windows by which light is let into this dark room, for methinks the understanding is not much unlike a closet wholly shut from light, with only some little openings left to let in external visible resemblances or ideas of things without. Would the pictures coming into such a dark room but stay there and lie so orderly as to be found upon occasion, it would very much resemble the understanding of a man in reference to all objects of sight and the ideas of them. These are my guesses concerning the means whereby the understanding comes to have and retain simple ideas, and the modes of them with some other operations about them. I proceed now to examine some of these simple ideas and their modes a little more particularly. Chapter 12 of Complex Ideas. We have hitherto considered those ideas and the reception whereof the mind is only passive, which are those simple ones received from sensation and reflection before mentioned, whereof the mind cannot make one to itself, nor have any idea which does not wholly consist of them. But as the mind is wholly passive in the reception of all its simple ideas, so it exerts several acts of its own, whereby out of its simple ideas, as the materials and foundations of the rest, the others are framed. The acts of the mind, wherein it exerts its power over its simple ideas, are chiefly these three: combining several simple ideas into one compound one, and thus all complex ideas are made. The second is bringing two ideas, whether simple or complex, together and setting them by one another so as to take a view of them at once, without uniting them into one, by which way it gets all its ideas of relations. The third is separating them from all other ideas that accompany them in their real existence. This is called abstraction, and thus all its general ideas are made. This shows man's power and its ways of operation to be much the same in the material and intellectual world. For the materials in both beings, such as he has no power over, either to make or destroy, all that man can do is either to unite them together, or to set them by one another, or wholly separate them. I shall here begin with the first of these in the consideration of complex ideas, and come to the other two in their due places. As simple ideas are observed to exist in several combinations united together, so the mind has a power to consider several of them united together as one idea, and that not only as they are united in external objects, but as itself has joined them together. Ideas thus made up of several simple ones put together I call complex, such as are beauty, gratitude, a man, an army, the universe, which, though complicated of various simple ideas or complex ideas made up of simple ones, yet are, when the mind pleases, considered each by itself as one entire thing and signified by one name. In this faculty of repeating and joining together its ideas, the mind has great power in varying and multiplying the objects of its thoughts, infinitely beyond what sensation or reflection furnished it with, but all this still confined to those simple ideas which it received from those two sources, and which are the ultimate materials of all its compositions. For simple ideas are all from things themselves, and of these the mind can have no more, no other than what are suggested to it. It can have no other ideas of sensible qualities than what come from without by the senses, nor any ideas of other kind of operations of a thinking substance than what it finds in itself. But when it has once got these simple ideas, it is not confined barely to observation and what offers itself from without. It can, by its own power, put together those ideas it has, and make new complex ones which it never received so united. Complex ideas, however, compounded and decompounded, though their number be infinite and the variety endless, wherewith they fill and entertain the thoughts of men, yet I think they may be all reduced under these three heads: modes, substances, relations. First, modes I call such complex ideas which, however compounded, contain not in them the supposition of subsisting by themselves, but are considered as dependences on or affections of substances, such as are the ideas signified by the words triangle, gratitude, murder, etc. And if in this I use the word mode in somewhat a different sense from its ordinary signification, I beg pardon, it being unavoidable in discourses differing from the ordinary received notions, either to make new words or to use old words in somewhat a new signification. The latter whereof, in our present case, is perhaps the most tolerable of the two. Of these modes, there are two sorts which deserve distinct consideration. First, There are some which are only variations or different combinations of the same simple idea without the mixture of any other, as a dozen or score which are nothing but the ideas of so many distinct units added together, and these I call simple modes as being contained within the bounds of one simple idea. Secondly, there are others compounded of simple ideas of several kinds, put together to make one complex one, e.g. beauty, consisting of a certain composition of color and figure, causing delight to the beholder. Theft, which being the concealed change of the possession of anything, without the consent of the proprietor, contains, as is visible, a combination of several ideas of several kinds, and these I call mixed modes. Secondly, the ideas of substances are such combinations of simple ideas as are taken to represent distinct particular things subsisting by themselves, in which we supposed or confused idea of substance, such as it is always the first and chief. Thus, if to substance be joined the simple idea of a certain dull whitish color with certain degrees of weight, hardness, ductility, and fusibility, we have the idea of lead, and a combination of the ideas of a certain sort of figure with the powers of motion, thought, and reasoning joined to substance, the ordinary idea of a man. Now, of substances also there are two sorts of ideas, one of single substances as they exist separately, as of a man or a sheep, the other of several of those put together as an army of men or flock of sheep, which collective ideas of several substances thus put together are as much each of them one single idea as that of a man or an unit. Thirdly, the last sort of complex ideas is that we call relation, which consists in the consideration and comparing one idea with another. Of these several kinds we shall treat in their order. If we trace the progress of our minds and with attention observe how it repeats, adds together, and unites its simple ideas received from sensation or reflection, it will lead us further than at first perhaps we should have imagined. And I believe we shall find, if we verily observe the originals of our notions, that even the most abstruse ideas, how remote soever they may seem from sense or from any operations of our own minds, are yet only such as the understanding frames to itself by repeating and joining together ideas that it had either from objects of sense or from its own operations about them, so that those even large and abstract ideas are derived from sensation or reflection, being no other than what the mind, by the ordinary use of its own faculties, employed about ideas received from objects of sense or from the operations it observes in itself about them, may and does attain unto. This I shall endeavor to show in the ideas we have of space, time, and infinity, and some few others that seem the most remote from these originals. Chapter 13 of Simple Modes, and first of the simple modes of space. Though in the foregoing part I have often mentioned simple ideas, which are truly the materials of all our knowledge, yet having treated of them, they are rather in the way that they come into the mind than as distinguished from others or compounded, it will not be perhaps amiss to take a view of some of them again under this consideration, and examine those different modifications of the same idea, which the mind either finds in things existing or is able to make within itself without the help of any extrinsic object or any foreign suggestion. Those modifications of any one simple idea, which, as has been said, I call simple modes, are as perfectly different and distinct ideas in the mind as those of the greatest distance or contrariety. For the idea of two is as distinct from that of one as blueness from heat, or either of them from any number, and yet it is made up only of that simple idea of an unit repeated, and repetitions of this kind joined together make those distinct simple modes of a dozen, a gross, a million. I shall begin with the simple idea of space. I have showed above, chapter 4, that we get the idea of space both by our sight and touch, which I think is so evident that it would be as needless to go to Prove that men perceive by their sight a distance between bodies of different colors or between the parts of the same body, as that they see colors themselves, nor is it less obvious that they can do so in the dark by feeling and touch. This space, considered barely in length between any two beings, without considering anything else between them, is called distance. If considered in length, breadth, and thickness, I think it may be called capacity. The term extension is usually applied to it in what manner soever considered. Each different distance is a different modification of space, and each idea of any different distance of space is a simple mode of this idea. Men, for the use and by the custom of measuring, settle in their minds the ideas of certain stated lengths, and such as an inch, foot, yard, fathom, mile, diameter of the earth, etc., which are so many distinct ideas made up only of space. When any such stated lengths or measures of space are made familiar to men's thoughts, they can, in their minds, repeat them as often as they will, without mixing or joining to them the idea of body or anything else, and frame to themselves the ideas of long, square, or cubic feet, yards, or fathoms, here amongst the bodies of the universe, or else beyond the utmost bounds of all bodies, and by adding these still one to another, enlarge their idea of space as much as they please. The power of repeating or doubling any idea we have of any distance and adding to it the former as often as we will, without being ever able to come to any stop or stint. Let us enlarge it as much as we will, is that which gives us the idea of immensity. There is another modification of this idea, which is nothing but the relation which the parts of the determination of extension or circumscribed space have amongst themselves. This the touch discovers in sensible bodies whose extremities come within our reach, and the eye takes both from bodies and colors whose boundaries are within its view, where observing how the extremities terminate either in straight lines which meet at discernible angles, or in crooked lines wherein no angles can be perceived, by considering these as they relate to one another in all parts of the extremities of any body or space, it has that idea we call figure, which affords to the mind infinite variety. For, besides the vast number of different figures that do really exist in the coherent masses of matter, the stock that the mind has in its power, by varying the idea of space and thereby making still new compositions by repeating its own ideas and joining them as it pleases, is perfectly inexhaustible, and so it can multiply figures in infinitum. For the mind, having a power to repeat the idea of any length directly stretched out and join it to another in the same direction, which is to double the length of that straight line, or else join another with what inclination it thinks fit, and so make what sort of angle it pleases, and being able also to shorten any line it imagines by taking from it 1/2, 1/4, or what part it pleases, without being able to come to an end of any such divisions, it can make an angle of any bigness. So also the lines that are its size, or what length it pleases, which joining again to other lines of different lengths and at different angles, till it has wholly enclosed any space, it is evident that it can multiply figures, both in their shape and capacity, in infinitum, all which are but so many different simple modes of space. The same that it can do with straight lines, it can also do with crooked, or crooked and straight together. And the same it can do in lines, it can also in superficies, by which we may be led into farther thoughts of the endless variety of figures that the mind has a power to make, and thereby to multiply the simple modes of space. Another idea coming under this head and belonging to this tribe is what we call place. As in simple space, we consider the relation of distance between any two bodies or points. So in our idea of place, we consider the relation of distance betwixt anything and any two or more points, which are considered as keeping the same distance one with another, and so considered as at rest. For when we find anything at the same distance now, which it was yesterday from any two or more points, which have not since changed their distance one with another, and with which we then compare it, we say it hath kept the same place. But if it hath sensibly altered its distance with either of those points, we say it hath changed its place, though, vulgarly speaking, in the common notion of place, we do not always exactly observe the distance from these precise points, but from larger portions of sensible objects to which we consider the thing placed to bear relation, and its distance from which we have some reason to observe. Thus, a company of chessmen standing on the same squares of the chessboard where we left them, we say they are all in the same place or unmoved, though perhaps the chessboard hath been, in the meantime, carried out of one room into another, because we compared them only to the parts of the chessboard which keep the same distance one with another. The chessboard, we also say, is in the same place it was if it remain in the same part of the cabin, though perhaps the ship which it is in sails all the while, and the ship is said to be in the same place, supposing it kept the same distance with the parts of the neighbouring land, though perhaps the earth hath turned round, and so both chessmen and board and ship have every one changed place in respect of remoter bodies, which have kept the same distance one with another, but yet the distance from certain parts of the board being that which determines the place of the chessmen, and the distance from the fixed parts of the cabin with which we made the comparison, being that which determined the place of the chessboard, and the fixed parts of the earth that by which we determined the place of the ship, these things may be said to be in the same place in those respects, though their distance from some other things, which in this matter we did not consider, being varied, they have undoubtedly changed place in that respect, and we ourselves shall think so when we have occasion to compare them with those other. But this modification of distance we call place, being made by men for their common use, that by it they might be able to design the particular position of things, where they had occasion for such designation, men consider and determine of this place by reference to those adjacent things which best served to their present purpose, without considering other things which to another purpose would better determine the place of the same thing. Thus in the chessboard, the use of the designation of the place of each chessman being determined only within that checkered piece of wood, it would cross that purpose to measure it by anything else. But when these very chessmen are put up in a bag, if anyone should ask where the black king is, it would be proper to determine the place by the part of the room it was in, and not by the chessboard, there being another use of designing the place it is in now than when in play it was on the chessboard, and so must be determined by other bodies. So if anyone should ask, in what place are the verses which report the story of Nessus and Euryalus, it would be very improper to determine this place by saying they were in such a part of the earth or in Borley's library, but the right designation of the place would be by the part of Virgil's works, and the proper answer would be that these verses were about the middle of the 9th book of his Ionides, and that they have been always constantly in the same place ever since Virgil was printed, which is true, though the book itself hath moved 1,000 times, the use of the idea of place here being to know in what part of the book that story is, that so upon occasion we may know where to find it, and have recourse to it for our use. That our idea of place is nothing else but such a relative position of anything, as I have before mentioned, I think is plain and will be easily admitted when we consider that we can have no idea of the place of the universe, though we can of all the parts of it, because beyond that we have not the idea of any fixed, distinct, particular beings in reference to which we can imagine it to have any relation of distance, but all beyond it is one uniform space or expansion wherein the mind finds no variety, no marks, for to say that the world is somewhere means no more than that it does exist. This, though a phrase borrowed from place, signifying only its existence, not location, and when one can find out the frame in his mind clearly and distinctly the place of the universe, he will be able to tell us whether it moves or stands still in the undistinguishable inane of infinite space, though it be true that the word place has sometimes a more confused sense and stands for that space which anybody takes up, and so the universe is in a place. The idea, however, of place we have by the same means that we get the idea of space, whereof this is but a particular limited consideration, which by our sight and touch, by either of which we receive into our minds the ideas of extension or distance. There are some that would persuade us that body and extension are the same thing, who either change the signification of words, which I would not suspect them of, they having so severely condemned the philosophy of others, because it hath been too much placed in the uncertain meaning, or deceitful obscurity, of doubtful or insignificant terms. If therefore they mean by body and extension the same that other people do, is by body something that is solid and extended, whose parts are separable and movable different ways, and by extension only the space that lies between the extremities of those solid coherent parts, and which is possessed by them, they confound very different ideas one with another. For I appeal to every man's own thoughts, whether the idea of space be not as distinct from that of solidity as it is from the idea of scarlet color. It is true, solidity cannot exist without extension, neither can scarlet color exist without extension, but this hinders not but that they are distinct ideas. Many ideas require others as necessary to their existence or conception, which yet are very distinct ideas. Motion can neither be nor be conceived without space, and yet motion is not space, nor space motion. Space can exist without it, and they are very distinct ideas, and so, I think, are those of space and solidity. Solidity is so inseparable an idea from body that upon that depends its filling of space, its contact, impulse, and communication of motion upon impulse. And if it be a reason to prove that spirit is different from body, because thinking includes not the idea of extension in it, the same reason will be as valid, I suppose, to prove that space is not body, because it includes not the idea of solidity in it, space and solidity being as distinct ideas as thinking and extension, and as wholly separable in the mind one from another. Body then and extension, it is evident, are two distinct ideas. For first, extension includes no solidity, no resistance to the motion of body as body does. Secondly, the parts of pure space are inseparable one from the other, so that the continuity cannot be separated, neither really nor mentally, for I demand of anyone to remove any part of it from another with which it is continued, even so much as in thought to divide and separate actually is, as I think, by removing the parts one from another, to make two superficies where before there was a continuity, and to divide mentally is to make in the mind two superficies where before there was a continuity, and consider them as removed one from the other, which can only be done in things considered by the mind as capable of being separated, and by separation of acquiring new distinct superficies, which they then have not, but are capable of. But neither of these ways of separation, whether real or mental, is, as I think, compatible to pure space. It is true, a man may consider so much of such a space as is answerable or commensurate to a food without considering the rest, which is indeed a partial consideration, but not so much as mental separation or division, since a man can no more mentally divide without considering two superficies separate one from the other than he can actually divide without making two superficies disjoined one from the other. But a partial consideration is not separating. A man may consider light in the sun without its heat, or mobility in body without its extension, without thinking of their separation. One is only a partial consideration terminating in one alone, and the other is a consideration of both as existing separately. Thirdly, the parts of pure space are immovable, which follows from their inseparability, motion being nothing but change of distance between any two things. But this cannot be between parts that are inseparable, which therefore must needs be at perpetual rest one amongst another. Thus the determined idea of simple space distinguishes it plainly and sufficiently from body, since its parts are inseparable, immovable, and without resistance to the motion of body. If anyone asks me what this space I speak of is, I will tell him when he tells me that his extension is. For to say, as is usually done, that extension is to have partis extra partis, is to say only that extension is extension. For what am I the better informed in the nature of extension when I am told that extension is to have parts that are extended, exterior to parts that are extended, i.e. extension consists of extended parts. As if one asking what a fiber was, I should answer him that it was a thing made up of several fibers, would be thereby be enabled to understand what a fiber was better than he did before, or rather would he not have reason to think that my design was to make sport with him rather than seriously to instruct him? Those who contend that space and body are the same bring this dilemma. Either this space is something or nothing. If nothing be between two bodies, they must necessarily touch. If it be allowed to be something, they ask whether it be body or spirit, to which I answer by another question: who told them that there was or could be nothing but solid beings which could not think, and thinking beings that were not extended, which is all they mean by the terms body and spirit? If it be demanded, as usually it is, whether this space void of body be substance or accident, I shall readily answer, I know not, nor shall be ashamed to own my ignorance till they that ask show me a clear distinct idea of substance. I endeavour as much as I can to deliver myself from those fallacies which we are apt to put upon ourselves by taking words for things. It helps not our ignorance to feign a knowledge where we have none, by making a noise with sounds without clear and distinct significations. Names made at pleasure neither alter the nature of things nor make us understand them, but as they are, signs of and stand for determined ideas. And I desire those who lay so much stress on the sound of these two syllables, substance, who consider whether, applying it as they do to the infinite incomprehensible God, to finite spirits and to body, it be in the same sense, and whether it stands for the same idea when each of those three so different beings are called substances. If so, whether it will thence follow that God, spirits, and body, agreeing in the same common nature of substance, differ not any otherwise than in a bare different modification of that substance, as a tree and a pebble, being in the same sense body and agreeing in the common nature of body, differ only in a bare modification of that common matter, which will be a very harsh doctrine. If they say that they apply it to God, finite spirit, and matter in three different significations, and that it stands for one idea when God is said to be a substance, for another when the soul is called substance, and for a third when body is called so. If the name substance stands for three several distinct ideas, they would do well to make known those distinct ideas, or at least to give three distinct names to them, to prevent in so important a notion the confusion and errors that will naturally follow from the promiscuous use of so doubtful a term, which is so far from being suspected to have three distinct that in ordinary sense it has scarce one clear distinct signification. And if they can thus make three distinct ideas of substance, what hinders why another may not make a fourth? They who first ran into the notion of accidents as a sort of real beings that needed something to inhere in were forced to find out the word substance to support them. Had the poor Indian philosopher who imagined that the earth also wanted something to bear it up, but thought of this word substance, he needed not to have been at the trouble to find an elephant to support it, and a tortoise to support his elephant. The word substance would have done it effectually, and he that inquired might have taken it for as good an answer from an Indian philosopher that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports the earth, as we take it for a sufficient answer and a good doctrine from our European philosophers, that substance, without knowing what it is that which supports accidents, so that of substance we have no idea of what it is, but only a confused, obscure one of what it does. Whatever a learned man may do here, an intelligent American who inquired into the nature of things would scarce take it for a satisfactory account if, desiring to learn our architecture, he should be told that a pillar is a thing supported by a basis, and a basis something that supported a pillar. Would he not think himself mocked instead of taught with such an account as this? And a stranger to them would be very liberally instructed in the nature of books and the things they contained, if he should be told that all learned books consisted of paper and letters, and that letters were things inhering in paper, and paper a thing that held forth letters, a notable way of having clear ideas of letters and paper. But were the Latin words inherentia and substantia put into the plain English ones that answer them, and were called sticking on and underpropping, they would better discover to us the very great clearness there is in the doctrine of substance and accidents, and show of what use they are in deciding of questions in philosophy. But to return to our idea of space, if body be not supposed infinite, which I think no one will affirm, I would ask whether, if God placed a man at the extremity of corporeal beings, he could not stretch his hand beyond his body. If he could, then he would put his arm where there was before space without body, and if he spread his fingers, there would still be space between them without body. If he could not stretch out his hand, it must be because of some external hindrance, for we suppose him alive, with such a power of moving the parts of his body that he hath now, which is not in itself impossible, if God so pleased to have it, or at least it is not impossible for God so to move him. And then I ask whether that which hinders his hand from moving outwards be substance or accident, something or nothing. And when they have resolved that, they will be able to resolve themselves what that is, which is or may be between two bodies at a distance, that is not a body and has no solidity. In the meantime, the argument is at least as good, that where nothing hinders as beyond the utmost bounds of all bodies, a body put in motion may move on, as where there is nothing between, their two bodies must necessarily touch, for pure space between is sufficient to take away the necessity of mutual contact, but rare space is in the way is not sufficient to stop motion. The truth is, these men must either own that they think body infinite, though they are loath to speak it out, or else affirm that space is not body. For I would fain meet with that thinking man that can in his thoughts set any bounds to space more than he can to duration, or by thinking hope to arrive at the end of either. And therefore, if his idea of eternity be infinite, so is his idea of immensity. They are both finite or infinite alike. Further, those who assert the impossibility of space existing without matter may not only make body infinite, but must also deny a power in God to annihilate any part of matter. No one, I suppose, will deny that God can put an end to all motion that is in matter, and fix all the bodies of the universe in a perfect quiet and rest, and continue them so long as he pleases. Whoever then will allow that God can, during such a general rest, annihilate either this book or the body of him that reads it, must necessarily admit the possibility of a vacuum. For it is evident that the space that was filled by the parts of the annihilated body will still remain and be a space without body. For the circumambient bodies, being in perfect rest, are a wall of adamant, and in that state make it a perfect impossibility for any other body to get into that space. And indeed, the necessary motion of one particle of matter into the place from whence another particle of matter is removed is but a consequence from the supposition of plenitude, which will therefore need some better proof than a supposed matter of fact, which experiment can never make out, our own clear and distinct ideas plainly satisfying us, that there is no necessary connection between space and solidity, since we can conceive the one without the other. And those who dispute for or against a vacuum do thereby confess they have distinct ideas of vacuum and plenum, i.e., that they have an idea of extension void of solidity, though they deny its existence, or else they dispute about nothing at all. For they who so much alter the signification of words as to call extension body, and consequently make the whole essence of a body to be nothing but pure extension without solidity, must talk absurdly whenever they speak of vacuum, since it is impossible for extension to be without extension. For vacuum, whether we affirm or deny its existence, signifies space without body, whose very existence no one can deny to be possible, who will not make matter infinite and take from God a power to annihilate any particle of it. But not to go so far as beyond the utmost bounds of a body in the universe, nor appealed to God's omnipotency to find a vacuum. The motion of bodies that are in our view and neighborhood seems to me plainly to evince it, for I desire anyone so to divide a solid body of any dimension he pleases, as to make it possible for the solid parts to move up and down freely everywhere within the bounds of that superficies, if there be not left in it a void space as big as the least part into which he has divided this said solid body. And if, were the least particle of the body divided in as big as a mustard seed, a void space equal to the bulk of a mustard seed be requisite to make room for the free motion of the parts of the divided body within the bounds of its superficies, where the particle of matter are 100,000 less than a mustard seed, there must also be a space void of solid matter as big as 100,000 part of a mustard seed, for if it hold in the one, it will hold in the other, and so on in infinitum. And let this void space be as little as it will, it destroys the hypothesis of plenitude. For if there can be a space void of body equal to the smallest separate particle of matter now existing in nature, it is still space without body, and makes as great a difference between space and body as if it were megacosma, a distance as wide as any in nature. And therefore, if we suppose not the void space necessary to motion equal to the least parcel of the divided solid matter, but to 1/10 or 1,000th of it, the same consequence will always follow of space without matter. But the question being here, whether the idea of space or extension be the same with the idea of body, it is not necessary to prove the real existence of a vacuum, but the idea of it, which it is plain men have when they inquire and dispute whether there be a vacuum or no. For if they had not the idea of space without body, they could not make a question about its existence. And if their idea of body did not include in it something more than the bare idea of space, they could have no doubt about the plenitude of the world, and it would be as absurd to demand whether there were space without body as whether there were space without space or body without body, since these were but different names of the same idea. It is true, the idea of extension joins itself so inseparably with all visible and most tangible qualities that it suffers us to see on one or feel very few external objects without taking an impressions of extension too. This readiness of extension to make itself be taken notice of so constantly with other ideas has been the occasion, I guess, that some have made the whole essence of a body to consist in extension, which is not much to be wondered at, since some have had their minds, by their eyes and touch, the busiest of all our senses, so filled with the idea of extension, and, as it were, wholly possessed with it, that they allowed no existence to anything that had no that had not extension. I shall not now argue with those men who take the measure and possibility of all being only from their narrow and gross imaginations, but having here to do only with those who conclude the essence of a body to be extension, because they say they cannot imagine any sensible quality of any body without extension. I shall desire them to consider that, had they reflected on their ideas of tastes and smells as much as on those of sight and touch, nay, had they examined their ideas of hunger and thirst and several other pains, they would have found that they included in them no idea of extension at all, which is but an affection of body, as well as the rest discoverable by our senses, which are scarce acute enough to look into the pure essence of things. If those ideas which are constantly joined to all others must therefore be concluded to be the essence of those things which have constantly those ideas joined to them and are inseparable for them, then unity is without doubt the essence of everything, for there is not any object of sensation or reflection which does not carry with it the idea of one, but the weakness of this kind of argument we have already shown sufficiently. To conclude, whatever men shall think concerning the existence of a vacuum, this is plain to me, that we have as clear an idea of space distinct from solidity as we have of solidity distinct from motion, or motion from space. We have not any two more distinct ideas, and we can as easily conceive space without solidity as we can conceive body or space without motion, though it be never so certain that neither body nor motion can exist without space. But whether any one will take space to be only a relation resulting from the existence of other beings at a distance, or whether they will think the words of the most knowing King Solomon, the heaven and the heaven of heavens cannot contain thee, or those more emphatical ones of the inspired philosopher Saint Paul, in him we live, move, and have our being, are to be understood in a literal sense, I leave everyone to consider. Only our idea of space is, I think, such as I have mentioned, and distinct from that of body, from whether we consider in matter itself the distance of its coherent solid parts, and call it, in respect of those solid parts, extension, or whether, considering it as lying between the extremities of any body in its several dimensions, we call it length, breadth, and thickness, or else, considering it as lying between any two bodies or positive beings, without any consideration whether there be any matter or not between, we call it distance. However named or considered, it is always the same uniform simple idea of space taken from objects about which our senses have been conversant, whereof, having settled ideas in our minds, we can revive, repeat, and add them one to another as often as we will, and consider the space or distance so imagined either as filled with solid parts, so that another body cannot come there without displacing and thrusting out the body that was there before, or else as void of solidity, so that a body of equal dimensions to that empty or pure space may be placed in it, without the removing or expulsion of anything that was there. But to avoid confusion in discourses concerning this matter, it were possibly to be wished that the name extension were applied only to matter, or the distance of the extremities of particular bodies, and the term expansion to space in general, with or without solid matter possessing it, so as to say space is expanded and body extended. But in this everyone has his liberty. I propose it only for the more clear and distinct way of speaking. Knowing precisely what our words stand for would, I imagine, in this as well as a great many other cases, quickly end the dispute, for I am apt to think that men, when they come to examine them, find their simple ideas all generally to agree, though in discourse with one another they perhaps confound one another with different names. I imagine that men who abstract their thoughts and do well examine the ideas of their own minds cannot much differ in thinking, however they may perplex themselves with words according to the way of speaking of the several schools or sects they have been brought up in. Though amongst unthinking men who examine not scrupulously and carefully their own ideas and strip them not from the marks men use for them, but confound them with words, there must be endless dispute, wrangling, and jargon, especially if they be learned, bookish men devoted to some sect and accustomed to the language of it, and have learned to talk after others. But if it should happen that any two thinking men should really have different ideas, I do not see how they could discourse or argue with another. Here I must not be mistaken to think that every floating imagination in men's brains is presently of that sort of ideas I speak of. It is not easy for the mind to put off those confused notions and prejudices it has imbibed from custom, inadvertency, and common conversation. It requires pains and assiduity to examine its ideas, till it resolves them into those clear and distinct simple ones out of which they are compounded, and to see which amongst its simple ones have or have not a necessary connection and dependence upon one another. Till a man doth this in the primary and original notions of things, he builds upon floating and uncertain principles, and will often find himself at a loss. Chapter 14 of Duration and its Simple Modes. There is another sort of distance or length, the idea whereof we get not from the permanent part of space, but from the fleeting and perpetually perishing part of succession. This we call duration. The simple modes whereof are any different lengths of it, whereof we have distinct ideas as hours, days, years, etc., time and eternity. The answer of a great man to one who asked what time was, si non rogus intelligo, which amounts to this: the more I set myself to think of it, the less I understand it, might perhaps persuade one that time, which reveals all other things, is itself not to be discovered. Duration, time, and eternity are, not without reason, not to have something very abstruse in their nature, but however remote these may seem from our comprehension, yet if we trace them right to their originals, I doubt not but one of those sources of all our knowledge, which sensation and reflection, will be able to furnish us with these ideas as clear and distinct as many others which are thought much less obscure, and we shall find that the idea of eternity itself is derived from the same common original with the rest of our ideas. To understand time and eternity aright, we ought with attention to consider what idea it is we have of duration and how we came by it. It is evident to anyone who will but observe what passes in his own mind, that there is a train of ideas which constantly succeed one another in his understanding as long as he is awake. Reflection on these appearances of several ideas, one after another in our minds, is that which furnishes us with the idea of succession, and the distance between any parts of that succession, or between the appearance of any two ideas in our minds, is that we call duration. For whilst we are thinking, or whilst we receive successively several ideas in our minds, we know that we do exist, and so we call the existence or the continuation of the existence of ourselves or anything else commensurate to the succession of any ideas in our minds, the duration of ourselves or any such other thing coexistent with our thinking. That we have our notion of succession and duration from this original is from a reflection on the train of ideas which we find to appear one after another in our own minds, seems plain to me in that we have no perception of duration but by considering the train of ideas that take their turns in our understandings. When that succession of ideas ceases, our perception of duration ceases with it, which everyone clearly experiments in himself whilst he sleeps soundly, whether an hour or a day, a month or a year, of which duration of things whilst he sleeps or thinks not, he has no perception at all, but it is quite lost to him, and the moment wherein he leaves off to think till the moment he begins to think again seems to him to have no distance. And so I doubt not it would be to a waking man, if it were possible for him to keep only one idea in his mind without variation and the succession of others. And we see that one who fixes his thoughts very intently on one thing, so as to take but little notice of the succession of ideas that pass in his mind, whilst he is taken up with that earnest contemplation, lets slip out of his account a good part of that duration, and thinks that time shorter than it is. But if sleep commonly unites the distant parts of duration, it is because during that time we have no succession of ideas in our minds. For if a man during his sleep dreams, and variety of ideas make themselves perceptible in his mind one after another, he hath then during such dreaming a sense of duration and of the length of it, by which it is to me very clear that men derive their ideas of duration from their reflections on the train of the ideas they observe to succeed one another in their own understandings, without which observation they can have no notion of duration, whatever may happen in the world. Indeed, a man having, from reflecting on the succession and number of his own thoughts, got to the notion or idea of duration, he can apply that notion to things which exist while he does not think, as he that has got the idea of extension from bodies by his sight or touch can apply it to distances where nobody is seen or felt, and therefore, though a man has no perception of the length of duration which passed whilst he slept or thought not, yet having observed the revolution of days and nights, and found the length of their duration to be in appearance regular and constant, he can, upon the supposition that that revolution has proceeded after the same manner whilst he was asleep or thought not, as it used to do at other times, he can, I say, imagine and make allowance for the length of duration whilst he slept. But if Adam and Eve, when they were alone in the world, instead of their ordinary night's sleep, had passed the whole 24 hours in one continued sleep, the duration of that 24 hours had been irrecoverably lost to them, and been forever left out of their account of time. Thus, by reflecting on the appearing of various ideas one after another in our understandings, we get the notion of succession, which, if anyone should think we did rather get from our observation of motion by our senses, he will perhaps be of my mind when he considers that even motion produces in his mind an idea of succession, no otherwise than as it produces there a continued train of distinguishable ideas. For a man looking upon a body really moving perceives yet no motion at all unless that motion produces a constant train of successive ideas, v.g. a man becalmed at sea out of sight of land in a fair day may look in the sun or sea or ship a whole hour together and perceive no motion at all in either, though it be certain that two, and perhaps all of them, have moved during that time a great way. But as soon as he perceives either of them to have changed distance with some other body, as soon as this motion produces any new idea in him, then he perceives that there has been motion. But wherever a man is with all things at rest about him without perceiving any motion at all, if during this hour of quiet he has been thinking, he will perceive the various ideas of his own thoughts in his own mind appearing one after another, and thereby observe and find succession where he could observe no motion. And this, I think, is the reason why motions, very slow though they are constant, are not perceived by us, because in their remove from one sensible part towards another, their change of distance is so slow that it causes no new ideas in us, but a good while one after another, and so not causing a constant train of new ideas to follow one another immediately in our minds. We have no perception of motion, which consisting in a constant succession, we cannot perceive that succession without a constant succession of varying ideas arising from it. On the contrary, things that move so swift as not to affect the senses distinctly with several distinguishable distances of their motion, and so cause not any train of ideas in the mind, are not also perceived. For anything that moves round about in a circle in less time than our ideas are wont to succeed one another in our minds is not perceived to move, but seems to be a perfect entire circle of that matter or colour, and not a part of a circle in motion. Hence I leave it to others to judge whether it be not probable that our ideas do, whilst we are awake, succeed one another in our minds at certain distances, not much unlike the images in the inside of a lantern turned round by the heat of a candle. This appearance of theirs in train, though perhaps it may be sometimes faster and sometimes slower, yet I guess varies not very much in a waking man. There seem to be certain bounds to the quickness and slowness of the succession of those ideas one to another in our minds, beyond which they can neither delay nor hasten. The reason I have for this odd conjecture is, from observing that, in the impressions made upon any of our senses, we can but to a certain degree perceive any succession, which, if exceeding quick, the sense of succession is lost, even in cases where it is evident that there is a real succession. Let a bullet pass through a room, and in its way take with it any limb or fleshly parts of a man. It is as clear as any demonstration can be that it must strike successively the two sides of the room. It is also evident that it must touch one part of the flesh first and another after, and so in succession, and yet I believe nobody who ever felt the pain of such a shot or heard the blow against the two distant walls could perceive any succession either in the pain or sound of so swift a stroke. Such a part of duration as this, wherein we perceive no succession, is that which we call an instant, and is that which takes up the time of only one idea in our minds without the succession of another, wherein therefore we perceive no succession at all. This also happens where the motion is so slow as not to supply a constant train of fresh ideas to the senses as fast as the mind is capable of receiving new ones into it, and so other ideas of our own thoughts having room to come into our minds between those offered to our senses by the moving body, there the sense of motion is lost, and the body, though it really moves, yet now changing perceivable distance with some other bodies as fast as the ideas of our own minds do naturally follow one another in train, the thing seems to stand still. It is evident in the hands of clocks and shadows of sundials and other constant but slow motions, where though after certain intervals we perceive by the change of distance that it hath moved, yet the motion itself we perceive not. So that to me it seems that the constant and regular succession of ideas in a waking man is, as it were, the measure and standard of all other successions, whereof if any one either exceeds the pace of our ideas, as where two sounds or pains, etc., take up in their succession the duration of but one idea, or else where an emotion or succession is so slow as that it keeps not pace with the ideas in our minds, with the quickness in which they take their turns, as when any one or more ideas in their ordinary course come into our mind, between those which are offered to the sight by the different perceptible distances of a body in motion, or between sounds or smells following one another, though also the sense of a constant continued succession is lost, and we perceive it not, but with certain gaps of rest between. If it be so that the ideas of our minds, whilst we have any there, do constantly change and shift in a continual succession, it would be impossible, may anyone say, for a man to think long of any one thing, by which, if it be meant that a man may have one self-same single idea a long time alone in his mind without any variation at all, I think, in matter of fact, it is not possible. For which, not knowing how the ideas of our minds are framed, of what materials they are made, whence they have their light, and how they come to make their appearances, I can give no other reason but experience, and I would have anyone try whether he can keep one unvaried single idea in his mind without any other for any considerable time together. For trial may take any figure, any degree of light or whiteness, or what other he pleases, and he will, I suppose, find it difficult to keep all other ideas out of his mind, but that some, either of another kind, or various considerations of that idea, each of which considerations is a new idea, will constantly succeed one another in his thoughts, let him be as wary as he can. All that is in a man's power in this case, I think, is only to mind and observe what the ideas are that take their turns in his understanding, or else to direct the sort, and call in such as he hath a desire, or use it. But hinder the constant succession of fresh ones, I think he cannot, though he may commonly choose whether he will heedfully observe and consider them. Whether these several ideas in a man's mind be made by certain motions, I will not here dispute, but this I am sure, that they include no idea of motion in their appearance, and if a man had not the idea of motion otherwise, I think he would have none at all, which is enough to my present purpose, and sufficiently shows that the notice we take of the ideas of our own minds appearing there one after another is that which gives us the idea of succession and duration, without which we should have no such ideas at all. It is not when motion, but the constant train of ideas in our minds, whilst we are waking, that furnishes us with the idea of duration, whereof motion no otherwise gives us any perception than as it causes in our minds a constant succession of ideas, as I have before showed, and we have as clear an idea of succession and duration by the train of other ideas succeeding one another in our minds, without the idea of any motion, as by the train of ideas caused by the uninterrupted sensible change of distance between two bodies, which we have from motion, and therefore we should as well have the idea of duration, where there is no sense of motion at all. Having thus got the idea of duration, the next thing natural for the mind to do is to get some measure of this common duration, whereby it might judge of its different lengths and consider the distinct order wherein several things exist, without which a great part of our knowledge would be confused, and a great part of history be rendered very useless. This consideration of duration, as set out by certain periods and marked by certain measures or epochs, is, I think, which most properly we call time. In the measuring of extension, there is nothing more required but the application of the standard or measure we make use of to the thing of whose extension we would be informed. But in the measuring of duration, this cannot be done, because no two different parts of succession can be put together to measure one another, and nothing being a measure of duration but duration, as nothing is of extension but extension, we cannot keep by us any standing unvarying measure of duration which consists in a constant fleeting succession, as we can of certain lengths of extension, as inches, feet, yards, etc., marked out in permanent parcels of matter. Nothing then could serve well for a convenient measure of time but what has divided the whole length of its duration into apparently equal portions by constantly repeated periods. What portions of duration are not distinguished or considered as distinguished and measured by such periods come not so properly under the notion of time as it appears by such phrases as these, viz., before all time and when time shall be no more. The diurnal and annual revolutions of the sun, as having been from the beginning of nature constant, regular, and universally observable by all mankind, and supposed equal to one another, have been with reason made use of for the measure of duration. But the distinction of days and years having depended on the motion of the sun, it has brought this mistake with it, that it has been thought that motion and duration were the measure one of another. For men, in the measuring of the length of time, having been accustomed to the ideas of minutes, hours, days, months, years, etc., which they found themselves upon any mention of time or duration presently to think on, all which portions of time were measured out by the motion of those heavenly bodies, they were apt to they were apt to confound time and motion, or at least to think that they had a necessary connection one with another, whereas any constant periodical appearance or alteration of ideas in seemingly equidistant spaces of duration, if constant and universally observable, would have as well distinguished the universals of time as those that have been made use for. For, supposing the sun, which some have taken to be a fire, had been lighted up at the same distance of time that it now every day comes about to the same meridian, and then gone out again about 12 hours after, and that in the space of an annual revolution it had sensibly increased in brightness and heat, and so decreased again, would not such regular appearances serve to measure out the distances of duration to all that could observe it all, as well without as with motion? For if the appearances were constant, universally observable in equidistant periods, they would serve mankind for measure of time as well were the motion away. For the freezing of water or the blowing of a plant returning at equidistant periods in all parts of the earth would as well serve men to reckon their years by as the motions of the sun, and in effect we see that some people in America counted their years by the coming of certain birds amongst them at their certain seasons and leaving them at others. For a fit of an ague, the sense of hunger or thirst, a smell or a taste, or any other idea returning constantly at equidistant periods, and making itself universally be taken notice of, would not fail to measure out the course of succession and distinguish the distances of time. Thus we see that men born blind count time well enough by years, whose revolutions yet they cannot distinguish by motions that they perceive not. And I ask whether a blind man who distinguished his years either by the heat of summer or cold of winter, by the smell of any flower of the spring, or taste of any fruit of the autumn, would not have a better measure of time than the Romans had before the reformation of their calendar by Julius Caesar, or many other people whose years, notwithstanding the motion of the sun, which they pretend to make use of, are very irregular. And it adds no small difficulty to chronology that the exact lengths of the years that several nations counted by are hard to be known, differing very much one from another, and I think I may say all of them from the precise motion of the sun. And if the sun moved from the creation to the flood constantly in the equator, and so equally dispersed its light and heat to all the habitable parts of the earth, in days all of the same length, without its annual variations to the tropics, as a late ingenious author supposes, I do not think it very easy to imagine that, notwithstanding the motion of the sun, men should in the antediluvian world from the beginning count by years, or measure their time by periods that had no sensible marks very obvious to distinguish them by. But perhaps it will be said, without a regular motion, such as of the sun or some other, how could it ever be known that such periods were equal? To which I answer, the equality of any other returning appearances might be known by the same way that of days was known, or presumed to be so at first, which was only by judging of them by the train of ideas which had passed in men's minds in the intervals, by which train of ideas discovering an equality in the natural days, but none in the artificial days. The artificial days, or nukthemera, were guessed to be equal, which was sufficient to make them serve for a measure, though exacter search has since discovered inequality in the diurnal revolutions of the sun, and we know not whether the annual also be not unequal. These yet, by their presumed and apparent equality, serve as well to reckon time by, though not to measure the parts of duration exactly, as if they could be proved to be exactly equal. We must therefore carefully distinguish betwixt duration itself and the measures we make use of to judge of its length. Duration in itself is to be considered as going on in one constant, equal, uniform course, but none of the measures of which we make use of can be known to do so, nor can we be assured that their assigned parts or periods are equal in duration one to another. for two successive lengths of duration, however measured, can never be demonstrated to be equal. The motion of the sun, which the world used so long and so confidently for an exact measure of duration, has, as I said, been found in its several parts unequal, and though men have of late made use of a pendulum as a more steady and regular motion than that of the sun, or, to speak more truly, of the earth, yet if any one should be asked how he certainly knows that the two successive swings of a pendulum are equal, it would be very hard to satisfy him that they are infallibly so, since we cannot be sure that the course of that motion, which is unknown to us, shall always operate equally, and we are sure that the medium in which the pendulum moves is not constantly the same, either of which varying may alter the equality of such periods, and thereby destroy the certainty and exactness of the measure by motion, as well as any other periods of other appearances, the notion of duration still remaining clear, though our measures of it cannot, any of them, be demonstrated to be exact. Since then no two portions of succession can be brought together, it is impossible ever certainly to know their equality. All that we can do for a measure of time is to take such as have continual successive appearances at seemingly equidistant periods, of which seeming equality we have no other measure but such as the train of our own ideas have lodged in our memories, with the concurrence of other probable reasons to persuade us of their equality. One thing seems strange to me, that whilst all men manifestly measure time by the motion of the great and visible bodies of the world, time yet should be defined to be the measure of motion, whereas it is obvious to everyone who reflects ever so little on it that to measure motion, space is as necessary to be considered as time. And those who look a little further will find also the bulk of the thing moved necessary to be taken into the computation by anyone who will estimate or measure motion so as to judge right of it. Nor indeed does motion any otherwise conduce to the measuring of duration than as it constantly brings about the return of certain sensible ideas in seeming equidistant periods. For if the motion of the sun were as unequal as of a ship driven by unsteady winds, sometimes very low and at others irregularly very swift, or if, being constantly equally swift, it yet was not circular and produced not the same appearances, it would not at all help us to measure time any more than the seeming unequal motion of a comet does. Minutes, hours, days, and years are, then, no more necessary to time or duration than inches, feet, yards, and miles marked out in any matter are to extension. For, though we in this part of the universe, by the constant use of them, as of periods set out by the revolutions of the sun, or as known parts of such periods, have fixed the ideas of such lengths of duration in our minds, which we apply to all parts of time, whose lengths we would consider, yet there may be other parts of the universe where they no more use these measures of ours than in Japan they do our inches, feet, or miles, but yet something analogous to them there must be. For without some regular periodical returns we could not measure ourselves or signify to others the length of any duration, though at the same time the world were as full of motion as it is now, but no part of it disposed into regular and apparently equidistant revolutions. But the different measures that may be made use of for the account of time do not at all alter the notion of duration, which is the thing to be measured, no more than the different standards of a foot and a cubit alter the notion of extension to those who make use of those different measures. The mind, having once got such a measure of time as the annual revolution of the sun, can apply that measure to duration wherein that measure itself did not exist, and with which, in the reality of its being, it had nothing to do. For should one say that Abraham was born in the 2712th year of the Julian period, it is altogether as intelligible as reckoning from the beginning of the world, though there were so far back no motion of the sun. nor any motion at all. For though the Julian period be supposed to begin several hundred years before there were really either days, nights, or years marked out by any revolutions of the sun, yet we reckon as right and thereby measure durations as well, as if really at that time the sun had existed and kept the same ordinary motion it doth now. The idea of duration equal to an annual revolution of the sun is as easily applicable in our thoughts to duration, where no sun or motion was, as the idea of a foot or yard taken from bodies here can be applied in our thoughts to distances beyond the confines of the world, where are no bodies at all. For supposing it were 5639 miles or millions of miles from this place to the remotest body of the universe, for being finite it must be at a certain distance, as we suppose it to be 5639 years from this time to the first existence of any body in the beginning of the world, we can in our thoughts apply this measure of a year to duration before the creation, or beyond the duration of bodies or motion, as we can this measure of a mile to space beyond the utmost bodies. And by the one measure duration, where there was no motion, as well as by the other measure space in our thoughts, where there is no body. If it be objected to me here that in this way of explaining of time I have begged what I should not, viz. That the world is neither eternal nor infinite, I answer that to my present purpose it is not needful in this place to make use of arguments to evince the world to be finite both in duration and extension, but it being at least as conceivable as the contrary. I have certainly the liberty to suppose it, as well as any one hath to suppose the contrary, and I doubt not but that every one that will go about it may easily conceive in his mind the beginning of motion, though not of all duration, and so may come to a step and non ultra in his consideration of motion. So also in his thoughts he may set limits to body and the extension belonging to it, but not to space where no body is, the utmost bounds of space and duration being beyond the reach of thought, as well as the utmost bounds of number are beyond the largest comprehension of the mind. And all for the same reason, as we shall see in another place. By the same means, therefore, and from the same original that we come to have the idea of time, we have also that idea which we call eternity, viz. Having got the idea of succession and duration by reflecting on the train of our own ideas, caused in us either by the natural appearances of those ideas coming constantly of themselves into our waking thoughts, or else caused by external objects successively affecting our senses, and having from the revolutions of the sun got the ideas of certain lengths of duration, we can in our thoughts add such lengths of duration to one another as often as we please, and apply them so added to durations past or to come, and this we can continue to do on without bounds or limits, and proceed in infinitum, and apply thus the length of the annual motion of the sun to duration supposed before the sun's or any other motion had its being, which is no more difficult or absurd than to apply the notion I have of the moving of a shadow 1 hour today upon the sun-dial to the duration of something last night, v.g. the burning of a candle, which is now absolutely separate from all actual motion, and it is as impossible for the duration of that flame for an hour last night to coexist with any motion that now is, or for ever shall be, as for any part of duration that was before the beginning of the world to coexist with the motion of the sun now. But yet this hinders not but that, having the idea of the length of the motion of the shadow on a dial between the marks of 2 hours, I can as distinctly measure in my thoughts the duration of that candlelight last night as I can the duration of anything that does now exist. It is no more than to think that, had the sun shone then on the dial and moved after the same rate it doth now, the shadow on the dial would have passed from 1 hour line to another, whilst that flame of the candle lasted. The notion of an hour, day, or year being only the idea I have of the length of a certain periodical regular motions, neither of which motions do ever all at once exist, but only in the ideas I have of them, in my memory derived from my senses or reflection, I can with the same ease and for the same reason apply it in my thoughts to duration antecedent to all manner of motion, as well as to anything that is but a minute or a day antecedent to the motion that at this very moment the sun is in. All things past are equally and perfectly at rest, and to this way of consideration of them are all one, whether they were before the beginning of the world or but yesterday, the measuring of any duration by some motion, depending not at all on the real coexistence of that thing to that motion, or any other periods of revolution, but the having a clear idea of the length of some periodical known motion or other interval of duration in my mind, and applying that to the duration of the thing I would measure. Hence we see that some men imagine the duration of the world from its first existence to this present year, 1689, to have been 5,639 years, or equal to 5,639 annual revolutions of the sun, and others a great deal more, as the Egyptians of old, who in the time of Alexander counted 23,000 years from the reign of the sun, and the Chinese now, who account the world 3,00,000 to 69,000 years old or more, which the longer duration of the world according to their computation, though I should not believe to be true. Yet I can equally imagine it with them, and as truly understand and say one is longer than the other, as I understand that Methuselah's life was longer than Enoch's. And if the common reckoning of 5,639 should be true, as it may be, as well as any other assigned, it hinders not at all my imagining that others mean what others mean when they make the world 1,000 years older, since everyone may with the same facility imagine, I do not say believe, the world to be 50,000 years old as 5,639, and may as well conceive the duration of 50,000 years as 5,639, whereby it appears that the measuring the duration of anything by time, it is not requisite that that thing should be coexistent to the motion we measure by, or any other period or any other periodical revolution, but it suffices to this purpose that we have the idea of the length of any regular periodical appearances which we can in our minds apply to duration, with which the motion or appearance never coexisted. For, as in the history of the creation delivered by Moses, I can imagine that light existed 3 days before the sun was or had any motion, barely by thinking that the duration of light before the sun was created was so long as, if the sun had moved then as it doth now, would have been equal to 3 of his diurnal revolutions. So by the same way I can have an idea of the chaos or angels being created before there was either light or any continued motion, a minute, an hour, a day, a year, or 1,000 years. For if I can but consider duration equal to 1 minute before either the being or motion of any body, I can add 1 minute more till I come to 60, and by the same way of adding minutes, hours, or years, i.e. such or such parts of the sun's revolutions, or any other period whereof I have the idea, proceed in infinitum. And suppose the duration exceeding as many such periods as I can reckon, let me add whilst I will, which I think is the notion we have of eternity, of whose infinity we have no other notion than we have of the infinity of number, to which we can add for ever without end. And thus I think it is plain that from those 2 fountains of all knowledge before mentioned, viz., reflection and sensation, we got the ideas of duration and the measures of it. For first, by observing what passes in our minds, how our ideas there entrain constantly, some vanish and others begin to appear, we come by the idea of succession. Secondly, by observing a distance in the parts of this succession, we get the idea of duration. Thirdly, by sensation, observing certain appearances at certain regular and seeming equidistant periods, we get the ideas of certain lengths or measures of duration, as minutes, hours, days, years, etc. Fourthly, by being able to repeat those measures of time or ideas of stated length of duration in our minds as often as we will, we can come to imagine duration where nothing does really endure or exist, and thus we imagine tomorrow, next year, or 7 years hence. Fifthly, by being able to repeat ideas of any length of time, as of a minute, a year, or an age, as often as we will in our own thought, and adding them one to another without ever coming to the end of such addition any nearer than we can to the end of number to which we can always add, we come by the idea of eternity as the future eternal duration of our souls, as well as the eternity of that infinite being which must necessarily have always existed. Sixthly, by considering any part of infinite duration as set out by periodical measures, we come by the idea of what we call time in general.